I will recap for what has happened last session. We were traversing through the Sunshade Grove, and you guys, after fighting some daisies, some awakened daisies, after Agamemnon got charmed by the pollen.
And saved my life.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody started fighting, daisies that wanted to, maybe eat people. As it turns out that Sunshade Grove, although it is beautiful and mystical, it's kind of terrifying. It's got some weird magical qualities to this forest. Rumors have had it that maybe there is some connection to, there's some kind of magic connection. Some people wonder if there's been rumors, especially Gemini, you would know, being local to Quiet Watch, there's been rumors of things like, owlbears, maybe even fairies, or, some kind of, that kind of magic going on in the Sunshade Grove. But going deep into one pocket of the Sunshade Grove, it is sunshade, with an emphasis on shade, as it does get a little bit darker and a little bit deeper, as you guys are now in dim lighting in the Sunshade Grove after finally traversing. But as a reminder, both Agamemnon and Gemini, your speed is halved after you guys did encounter one hazard while you guys were traveling, and unfortunately some people failed some dexterity saves. So you guys, your speed is halved until a long rest. But now you have reached, like I said, a pretty deep part of the Sunshade Grove, at least one pocket of it, and it's getting kind of late. Not evening yet, but it's dim lighting here regardless. The thickets of the trees, the canopies above have already, kind of blocks that sunlight. But Gemini, as a ranger, you know that it's about maybe somewhere like 5 o'clock, like a little bit about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, getting into evening. And this is where we left off, is with Gemini, you caught wind of what looked like humanoid footprints, boot tracks that led in a direction that you believe in your heart of hearts to be Sullivan Kane, being this deep in the forest. And then also you had uncovered some goat, some hooved kind of bipedal tracks that are fresher, but also following in the same direction as the humanoid footprints. And then you found in about the opposite direction, which you found a part of the forest that leads even deeper, even darker, and probably more dangerous into the Sunshade Grove, which you believe sunny pulkweed to grow. The plants that you need for Isoline to potentially make health potions. That is often another way. And as you guys were having this discussion, trying to figure out, hey, which way do we go? Should we go, over here for the sunny pulkweed? Should we try to find Sullivan Kane's trail? Percy had casted Detect Magic, and in doing so, did catch onto a magical entity who flew down, and revealed herself to be Coriander. A sprite who you have met previously from the Goblin Caves, who was tracking and also watching and making notes there. And you see her very herb-like, layered green hair, and her very translucent, kind of just faintly green, fey-like wings, and like the little coriander beads that are kind of just in her hair at different parts. So she kind of just flutters there, and you realize could be a lead to Hypnos, the one who said that they wanted a formal meeting with you that could potentially help you on your journey. So now you have 3 trails, essentially. And the question is, what are you folks doing? The floor is yours. It's the evening, and it's the late afternoon, early evening in the Sunshade Grove. You got 3 trails. What are you folks doing?
Come on, Gemini. Where are we going?
I think we should go with Coriander to see. Wait, do we know his name? Do I know his name?
Hypnos. You know that his name is Hypnos.
Hypnos.
Who Coriander refers to as the one they report to.
Yes. I vote for going in the direction of Hypnos tonight because, for one, what he might have something that can help us in our trials and wanderings and stuff like that, and possibly with magic items. And the other directions are both like deeper, darker, scarier, and it'll be getting dark soon. So,
well, you know, the one of them, just to clarify, the one that goes towards Sunny Pulkweed is deeper, darker, scarier. The one that is Sullivan's Trail just seems like more of like this section of the forest that you're in. Doesn't necessarily seem like it leads into a darker part, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but with a weird bipedal, I don't know what that I don't even want to tell my friends about yet.
Carry on, as you were. as you were. You are correct.
Which I would like to remind you, specifically did not tell us about.
Yes, that only Gemini knows about. Gemini has kept this information to herself for whatever reason. Maybe she's worried about your well-being. Doesn't want you to get scared. Doesn't want you to get scared.
I'm trying. I heavily want to influence to go in the direction I want to go in.
I love it. I love it.
Because I want to manipulate you guys.
Right? Because I want to railroad you guys. See, folks, it's not always the DM that railroads the players. Sometimes the players railroad the players. It's fine.
I'm not railroading anybody. It is what we need to do.
You see Coriander, who's flying, just kind of fluttering and just kind of hovering, and with the group, and is kind of like still kind of by Gemini. You see that Coriander just kind of like moves her head to the side and just gives a very wide smile and just goes, "Oh, I would like to not wait. I don't mind, but waiting takes so long. Are you following?
Agreed.
Or am I waiting?" As you see that she's asking, is she waiting? And seems to be like she will wait. If you ask her to wait, that she'll stay here if you guys have other business to go check out first. But otherwise, she does also seem adamant about leading you to the one who she reports to.
Yes.
All right.
Guys?
Everybody in agreement? Anybody disagree? How are we feeling? Agamemnon, Percy, Yvonne?
Are we
following? There is no one in objection, I believe.
Whoa.
Speak for yourself. Allegedly.
Are we not worried about these hoof prints, or you said?
I would say, that's saying, Percy, you have not seen them. Only Gemini has seen these hoof prints.
And Gemini hasn't told us anything at all about
nope.
Nope.
Gemini has said
that is why we aren't concerned about the footprints.
Yep, Gemini.
In that case, I have no objections.
Yeah. Gemini just said, "Hey, dark sunny Pulkweed here, but dangerous. Also, Sullivan in a different place."
Yeah. Oh yeah. We don't know who Sullivan Kane is.
No, you would know. All of you know. All of you know who Sullivan Kane is.
Yeah.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, you know that he was
right.
He's the alchemist. He was the alchemist in Quiet Watch, and
right, the former alchemist.
Yeah, the former alchemist, and that's what Isoline was the role that Isoline is trying to fill.
Surprise!
I thought Gemini just said Sullivan Kane and didn't elaborate.
No. All of you, as a refresher, all of you would know who Sullivan Kane is. You all know that he went missing, which you know that he, you've heard rumored that he's known to like kind of go off on his own little projects and personal business, but he always comes back to Quiet Watch. But this has been the longest stretch that he's been gone, and people have been worried that he's missing. And last he was seen was in the Sunshade Grove.
Well, I'm for Pulkweed. Just because the festival's done doesn't mean you have to, ignore the people of Quiet Watch now.
I'm not ignoring them. We can go there next. How about that?
How do we know when next is, though? This little jaunt of yours could be, what, days?
Oh, it's not days. Would you prefer days?
I was talking to Gemini. Sorry, I'm just getting a little bit. Sorry.
Oh, okay. You see
Coriander.
the coriander then goes invisible.
Bruh.
So,
Yeah.
Coriander, please come back.
Coriander, coriander, coriander.
Ah!
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yes, Coriander. About how far away is your boss?
It's about an hour.
Okay.
and how far to Polkweed and what's around there?
Oh, what are you looking for? If
So-
I
Sunny
can,
Polkweed.
if I can talk to Percy.
Since you insist on materialise in every place that we end up, I don't see why. I suppose you can't use you for intelligence, I guess.
I have
If
lots
you're
of
invisible,
that.
can you
Sometimes.
float to the Polkweed and get us a load of Polkweed? It's for someone in Quiet Watch.
She pauses for a moment and thinks about that and goes, I don't think I know Polkweed.
I
Sunny?
draw a picture of what Polkweed is and then hand it to one of my
Do you
many bits of
actually?
Polkweed. Yeah, I said, that
Like
is what
quick
Polkweed
sketch.
looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Polkweed looks like.
You know what? I'll give a little bit of a roll. Why not? She has disadvantage though. For reasons yet to be known. Oh. I rolled the same thing twice. Okay, cool.
That's a good thing, because then you get to double it.
Right? She tilts her head, she looks at the picture, she goes, That's a pretty picture, Percy. I don't think
Somewhat
I've ever...
Pilates.
This is the first time I've ever seen Sunny Polkweed.
Oh, then it might take you a little bit longer. That's not a problem. You're invisible. Nothing can hurt you. We can go to your friend's place, and you can meet us there with the Polkweed.
She tilts her head. You want me to find Polkweed?
Well, apparently, according
Silly
didn't you tell us?
Percy. I can't do what you ask me to do.
I mean, we've done what you've asked us to do.
Well, that is your
Seems only
decision.
fair in trade.
It's your decision. You don't have to do anything.
Yes, it was my decision, and I glare at Gemini as I traipse through this half-empty daisy.
As the rest of the party glares at Percy, that seems to be agreeing with Gemini.
Yes, choice, I guess.
So what are you guys doing?
Percy throws his hands in the air. Goes, whatever the group want to do. Fine.
Group votes for Hypnos.
Hypnos.
What is Yvonne and
And I
Agamemnon
actually
vote?
chanted on the way out. Hypnos.
Yes, I feel like Gemini's just pumping a fist in the air. Like her and Percy are having a standoff. Agamemnon and Yvonne are like they just look at each other. But yes, Yvonne,
There's a
Agamemnon, what
shock
is your
of
votes?
static between them.
Right? Yeah, exactly. The anime static.
Agamemnon, what do you make of this?
I just want to smash faces, so like I'm going with the majority because I figure that
So
there's a few
real.
faces down one of those paths.
Cracks knuckles.
So simple yet elegant in the same sentence. It's remarkable.
Can you feel it, brother?
Yeah.
No, I can't.
Incredible. Yvonne?
Yvonne's split.
Mm.
He's having trouble prioritizing.
Oh no, Yvonne, what does your deity say?
Having Percy say that, DM,
Yes.
can I say a little prayer and see what Lathander would guide me towards?
Are you? give me a nice little, we'll do a religion check. Give me a religion check for me.
A religion check.
Yeah.
Look, she's down on one knee. What a surprise! Is actually trying.
I think that's 16.
Ooh, okay. With a 16, you do, like, as the group seems to be, back and forth, you kind of just, just quietly, you bow your head, and especially in the Sunshade Grove, as you guys are here in dim lighting, and very little sunlight is making its way through the trees, especially now with the sun dipping lower in the sky. It's getting darker quicker here where you're at, and you reach for Lathander, to feel that light. And with a 16, you do feel that light. And you feel that light within you. You feel that light within Agamemnon. You feel it in Percy, in Gemini, your group. You feel a strength in numbers is what you're feeling on a 16. And on a 16, I would say that every direction here feels dangerous. Just not necessarily life-threatening, like not necessarily like, ooh, we need to leave, but every part around here, both towards Sunny Polkweed, both towards the path of Sullivan Kane, maybe also wherever Coriander would lead you, every path around here feels dark.
Curious.
Well, that's what you get on a 16. You feel you would feel like in this moment, especially too, with the small, not full argument, but the small argument between Percy and Gemini, you feel more, especially in this moment, almost not necessarily a fear, but how important it is to not split up. Not now, not here.
Right. Yvonne turns to the rest of the group. Coriander, you said it's an hour's travel from here?
Yes.
I'm sure we can stop by to say our greetings, and if need be, carry on with the rest of our tasks.
That sounds very respectable.
Yvonne looks to the others. Is just, does anyone object to that?
Sounds
No,
good to me.
I guess not.
And all right, you guys follow in Coriander's steps. I will ask, what is the marching order of following Coriander as she leads the way?
I want to be first.
Yeah. that sounds like Gemini in this moment. Does that sound correct?
Yvonne will go third.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Gemini first. Yvonne third. Agamemnon, Percy, where are you guys at? Marching order?
I'll be in the middle, nice and safe, in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah. You'll be second, Percy. All right. Agamemnon holding up the rear.
Yeah, sure.
Fantastic. You guys trample forward as Coriander stays visible as she then begins to flutter forward. And you see Gemini with being in front as you're following Coriander through the Sunshade Grove and still keeping an eye out. Even though you're following Coriander, you're still keeping to your ranger senses to make sure that the path, that everything still seems, amiable and nothing dangerous seems to be coming out your way. But you watch as Coriander flutters, and then as even almost like in the darkness, just ever so slightly, there's a faint green glow that comes from her that pulses every so often, almost like a little radar to you realize, because she every so often kind of looks back and gives a smile and a little giggle, and she'll continue on. and you realize that you think that she is giving off this small light as a extra guidance to come forward and to hurry forward. You guys get about maybe about 30 minutes. You guys get about maybe 30 minutes in, and we said Agamemnon and Yvonne, you guys are in the back?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You two, Agamemnon and Yvonne, as you guys are walking, about 30 minutes later, it's getting a little bit darker. It's still dim light, but the two of you pick up for about a moment, just kind of off in the distance. You guys hear almost like a sudden, like a whoosh kind of commotion and a, oh, God, no, but, like a bit of sudden distress, just off maybe like about 20 feet away from 25 feet, maybe away from you, off of the path that you guys are going on or being led down. You guys can't see through the thicket, but you hear some kind of humanoid distress. They're speaking common. You can tell that this person, whoever they are, is speaking common and seems a bit distressed.
Like screaming out, or like just...
They would hear
Like a yelp.
You heard like a yelp and like an oh no and no, wait, no, and just like that kind of, and then like pause and then like like, you know, just kind of like a frustration and scared, like scared and a problem. Some kind of, it seems like some kind of, there's a problem, but you hear the voice of another person.
Oh.
And I would say Yvonne and Agamemnon hear this.
Quick question
Yes.
before we act.
Yes.
Can Yvonne make an insight check on that noise?
Yes, give me an insight check. You may.
Oh. 10. That's
10.
a 10.
With a 10, you hear everything that I just said. So it sounds like you hear, you don't get anything extra, because especially to you not being able to see the person that sounds like they're in distress. You heard like a whoosh, like some kind of sudden commotion, and then words of distress. You heard like a woof, like some kind of sudden commotion through the thicket, like through the brush and the leaves and the trees, but then you hear distress afterwards.
I see. That was, I made a mistake. That was actually 12. But hearing that,
It's fair. You still get with that with the 12.
Agamemnon, are you doing anything?
I'm all down for going and saving the day.
That is the Agamemnon way. The super crusher.
Oh. Can Yvonne cast Detect Evil or Good and Evil?
You may. Oh. I'm gonna have to pull up what that does.
I've got a
again.
bad feeling about this.
Oh, I'll have to pull up what that. Okay.
For the duration, for up to 10 minutes, you'll know if there is aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet.
Fantastic. Well, that is, you cast that, and essentially to feeling that, like I said, all around here is dark, and the importance of your group, the four of you, staying in numbers, you cast Detect Good and Evil as you're focusing on this distress noise. You feel the pull. It is a radius of 30 feet around you, and it is up to 10 minutes, but I will say that it is getting blocked by the 3 feet of wood and dirt. There's too much thicket right here, so you're not quite close enough to be able to discern what is there. So nothing currently.
What are you even looking at?
If there's anything, if any of those, aberration, celestial, elemental, fiend, fey, or undead, you cannot currently ping it. I will say that. And you know that you would have to get closer.
Does
So
Percy
I can't
clock
sense
their
it.
reactions?
They don't do anything yet, so I would say no. You guys are still focusing on following Coriander.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Until Agamemnon or Yvonne do something.
Yvonne would call out to the front of the group, just say, "Hold on a second, I heard something."
No, so now we're allowed to make detours. What is it?
Yvonne just like doesn't answer, kind of makes a motion like to just shush, and like takes a few steps towards the disturbance.
All right, how close do you go, Yvonne?
How far do I think it is away?
You think it's about 20 to 25 feet away from you, judging by the sound. Like, it's not that far. It is being blocked by the 3 feet of, like, the trees and the thickets, but it's not technically that far from you.
Yvonne would take, like, 10 feet towards the noise.
Okay. I will say, though,
just to get a sense of what's there.
Just because I mean, you probably know this by now, but I also will say that with your detect evil and good, Coriander does ping as Fae, just as a heads up. Which she is a sprite.
I would step...
but
yeah.
But hey, clarification. She is in fact what she looks like, and so at least as far as you know.
As far as I can tell.
As far as you can tell.
Yeah, that's some good deception magic.
That's right. Love it.
Yvonne would step into the wood until he can't sense Coriander just as well.
Okay.
Percy fires you a message going, A, don't tell me to shush. B, where the heck are you going?
Percy's getting like, what is it? Percy's like the stardom, like what do they call that? Like the actors like drama of like, oh, I'm so tired of like, the diva. Yeah, Percy's going full diva. I'm tired of walking in the forest.
It's tiring, it's dark. The reason I wanted to come here is gone.
You know what? That is so fair.
Love it. Do you respond, Yvonne?
Yvonne responds, I feel there might be a trap, but my curiosity is getting the better of me. I think that's within message restraints.
Yeah, that's within message restraints. Yeah. But you step. I'm sorry. Say again. How far you say you step into the thicket? You say far enough to like not ping Coriander.
10. Yes, roughly, okay. Which is roughly 10 to 15 feet.
Yeah,
whichever is farther.
I would say you get about 15 feet, and you're close into the thicket. And what is your perception? Your passive perception?
My passive perception is 13.
13, okay. With a 13, like I said, you get about 15 feet into the thicket, and far enough in that the trees stop blocking your detect evil and good, and also to where you can see what's ahead. And you can kind of see like through a little bit about, like you realize you're on like this one side of it, and you're like, oh, and you realize that about 10-ish feet away, 10 to 15 feet away from you, you see up in the trees is a giant net, a hanging net. You realize like a net trap is up in the trees, and you see the backside through the leaves and stuff. You see what appears to be you don't have a clear view, but with a 13, you see what looks to appear to be maybe like a halfling that is in the net. That seems to be going, oh no, and is like grasping and is in the net and is pulling at the net. And I will say, you do also ping in that direction is a fey creature. But you see wait,
in the trees, or
you're still, like I said, with this, I will say it's still kind of, this is what you feel that there's fey, and you try to give me a perception check. I will say this will be an active perception check as you're trying to clock without moving any closer where this fey creature is.
Oh my god. It's one of those days.
It's one of those days. Hey, it's early. Get those bad rolls out now. Get the bad rolls out of the way. Yeah, get them out of the way early. It's fine.
That's 8.
8. With an 8, I'm going to say there's still too much. There's too much going. Like, you'd have to like step even closer to be able to see where this, to be able to ping this, I would say.
I don't like this.
Oh.
But this is what you see. With being, like I said, about 10 feet away, this is about what you see.
Interesting. Yvonne would
Do you
call
try
out
to? Would you
to
try to
the-
stealth? Would you try to stealth and to get to get like maybe a better to get around, maybe to get a better direction, a better angle? Maybe. I'm just throwing out
Sure.
ideas. I'm just throwing out ideas. You might be able to. I'm just throwing out
I
fun
like the
stuff.
yelling out idea better.
Right from a distance. From a distance.
Yvonne would,
Yeah.
Yvonne would just call out to the halfling, like, "Hello, why are you in distress?"
What?
Exactly.
What? Who's there? Who's there? And you see this little halfling just kind of like looking around, kind of looking in your direction, but doesn't quite see you. Is trying to look and goes, can you help me? You're not a bandit or something, right? Did you? Was this? Oh gosh, was this you? And you see like this gets nervous and is still like fidgeting in the net.
Do we hear this? now?
Yvonne,
I would say you guys hear a little bit of you hear that Yvonne seems to be having some kind of conversation. It's too muffled where you guys are at, but you guys hear like a little bit of like you hear like pieces of the conversation. So
give
I would say
Gemini
you're
a
alerted.
nudge. So I'd say, Gemini, Yvonne's over there doing something silly, no doubt.
I would say you're
How long
definitely
is my
alerted.
great sword?
You get out your sword.
How long is my great sword?
how long
Oh!
is the great sword?
Question I never thought I'd have to figure. I don't. Well, I mean, it is a great
Yeah.
sword.
One
Why
foot.
do you ask how long? Let me ask why you need to know this information. I don't
Because
know.
I'm about to reach up there and just cut this net down.
It's
Oh, I
over
see what
4
you're saying.
feet.
I see
About
what you're
4
saying.
feet.
You would have to climb. I would say you'd have
Upwards
to
of 4
climb the
feet.
tree. You'd have to climb the tree to cut the net, or you can cut the middle of the net. If you want to cut the rope, you can. But you also could just cut is like where Yvonne can see where the halfling is. The halfling seems to be hovering, maybe 10, 15 feet above the ground. I would say with your greatsword, you'd be able to like jump up and maybe slice it open.
I am tall.
Before you do that, I walk up and go, "Oh, Yvonne, you found our net. Wonderful."
And as Percy does that, Yvonne would cast light on a shield and just hold it up above his head.
Fantastic. Well, I'm gonna ask, are you? Because I believe you might not want to do that. Because light, I mean, up to you. But isn't light concentration?
Is it?
Yeah,
I
think
believe
so.
light is
I think
concentration.
it is not actually.
Oh, it's not. I'm thinking.
It lasts
something
for
else.
1
Never mind.
hour.
Never mind. Perfect. Fantastic. You cast. What color? Just like bright, like white light.
It's specifically like daylight color.
Oh yeah. Easy enough. You're able to put that on your
Yeah.
shield, and you lift that up. And I will say, do you guys get a little bit closer now, trying to get to where this halfling is suspended in the air?
I do.
Yvonne would like to check the forest floor now that the light's on.
Yeah.
So just make sure there's not like an obvious rope hole to look to step in.
Give me a survival check, Yvonne.
Good idea.
Survival.
Yes.
Just a thought, considering
Just a thought.
that's a 13.
13. You look around, and you're not. Are you? Let me ask this actually. Are you proficient in survival?
No.
Okay. Well, with the 13, you look around and it's hard. You've seen Gemini do this like for hours. Like the last several. Gemini's been doing this like constantly. You're like, can't be that hard. And you're like, and you're like, oh, well, I have light now. Because Gemini's got dark vision, so you have light, and you're like, you see like crushed leaves, you see dirt, you see some roots coming up out of the ground. Yeah, it's really, you don't really see here's like a backpack and bandit supplies and a campfire. You don't see that. So you're like, shrug. But it doesn't look dangerous. It looks
I
like regular
see.
ground. I will say it does look like just the ground you guys have been walking on.
With that, even Yvonne would step forward into just about like the area where the halfling is hanging above the ground.
Yeah.
Just like kind of stand under them.
I would say
at this point,
you don't have to get all the way. With the light, with the light spell, and you try to come up out of the, you get about, get around the bend. You kind of go at an angle, so that way you're still kind of 10 feet away from them, because there's still too much thicket on your side, and you realize, it's more clear on the opposite side. So you're trying to like step, up and around to the other side, and you realize, like, now that you have a full clear view, your detect good and evil is still active, and as you shine your shield up, it pings. The Fae pings again, and you realize the Fae is pinging up above, and you're looking. And you kind of, your eyes kind of narrow, and your brow furrows, and you're looking in the trees, you're looking at the net, and you're like, no, the Fae is pinging on the halfling. That's
interesting.
But that's what you get. As you see, but the halfling you see is still going, I don't know who put this up here. Do you have like a knife or something? Oh, that's a long drop down.
Is Agamemnon going to cut down the net?
I'll ask you.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump up there, just cut it down.
Yeah, easy enough. Okay.
You're going to cut it down? Yvonne,
yeah, I'll try to catch this halfling.
Oh, okay.
If you're starting to do that, Yvonne would kind of like hold up an arm to you, be like, "Hey, hold on a second."
Would you hold Agamemnon, or would you just go nah and just cut it?
I'd hold on a second.
Okay, like you're about to, and then Yvonne
second.
is quick enough to be like, whoa, but you're like about to cut it, and you're like, oh, what?
Yvonne would call out to that. Is Percy here too?
Percy, Gemini, are you guys coming up? What's happening?
Yeah, I was the one that made the comment about the net being ours, just to be.
Hey.
He's in that kind of mood.
All right, so you
That's
guys
fair.
kind of get a little bit. Yeah, so they're like a little bit behind you. Percy, Gemini, and Coriander coming in a little bit behind you. Yvonne.
I see.
But they're not quite. Yeah, like they were in front, but they're coming up to you.
Yvonne like turns and is about to call out to Coriander, but stops midway through. DM, I have a question for you.
Oh, okay. What's your
Just
question?
a general knowledge
Above table?
question.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah, of course. What's up?
Above board.
Yeah, above board. What's going on?
How much would Yvonne know about Fae?
God. How much do you think Yvonne would know about Fae?
Roughly.
I'm gonna
Like,
ask.
just like-
I'm gonna turn that question back to you. How interested do you think
Well,
you think he would have been in Fae creatures? Also, are you proficient in history?
that is a good question.
Are you proficient in
I
history
am.
or nature?
I am
Yvonne?
proficient in history.
Okay.
Just history.
Okay. Well, I would say you would know
If
like a general.
I had to answer the question.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say Yvonne gets like it doesn't know like specific
super
things
specifics,
about do or
but
do
yeah.
nots with Fae.
Yeah, but with history,
But
being
knows
proficient in
as a
history, you're
gist
like,
of them.
yeah, you're like, I was interested in like all subjects, like all of the stuff I could get my hands on. I wanted to see, a little bit of everything. Yeah, well, I would know. I would say a little bit about Fae. You would know that it looks. I mean, knowing a little bit about Fae, this does ping you as odd, because a lot of Fae creatures like Coriander can turn invisible, do have magic. Are also rumored, especially too in like a lot of fictional stories or even like propaganda or misunderstood as, Fae creatures or, tricksters. They're and some of them are legitimately tricksters and some of them are just pictured that way because of their very strange magic that they have. But everything that you know about Fae creatures, none of them that you know of look like halflings. Halflings don't have a connection to Feywilds, to the Feywild or to Fey magic. Halflings are of the material plane, as far as you know. You know, with your knowledge and history, you're
Interesting.
you're like the elf. You know, sure, elves and gnomes, they have fey ancestry. You know that. You know, gnomes and elves have a little bit of pull to the Feywild in their blood. You know, just in their bloodline from centuries ago. But halflings do not. Also, elves and gnomes would not ping as fey creatures in your detect good
They're
and
not
evil.
fey enough. For
Yeah, they're
that,
not fey enough.
which is interesting.
So this is really odd
Yeah.
to you. Yeah.
So Yvonne calls up to the halfling and just says, What did you say your name was again?"
Huh? Oh, wait, why? Wait, is this a trick? What's this? I've heard, which, of that note, I've heard rumors about this forest. You're not taking me? It was you that put me up here, isn't it? As they seem to be shaking the net. And like, a little bit nervous. But you see,
it looks to me
Aghanim,
like you really don't have a choice.
Aghanim, you're underneath, the net, and you see this halfling, and this halfling has like these really like short little, kind of like loose brown curls, this kind of pudgy face, has like these kind of like, very dirty and like full of leaves kind of his clothing, like maybe he seems a little dirty, maybe he's been in the forest for a minute. But yeah, he's just kind of, he looks a little disheveled, but he's just like,
How long have you been up there for?
Everything was going so fine, and I was looking for berries to pick, and then,
Did you come across any sunny pultweed by any chance?
not today. I try not to go that deep in the ground. I don't really have, I can't really see that in the dark, so that's kind of hard.
Okay.
I mean, if you're not trying to kill me, I'm Bo.
But we shall leave you in peace. It looks like you got the situation completely
I'm
under
Bo
control.
Browntoe, if that means anything to you.
No, it doesn't. Come
I
on,
would
guys,
really
let's go.
like to have this conversation on the ground.
Now, just one last thing from Yvonne. Could he make one more insight check to see if that seems legit?
Yes.
You may, but I'm going to say, before you're able to discern that, because Percy goes, okay, that's enough, and, is stepping forward, and by this time, Percy, Gemini, and Coriander, you guys everybody is now here in this little area, and is seeing this halfling that is dangling in the net above. And you see, Gemini, since you were in front, you're closest to Coriander. You see Coriander suddenly go really stiff. And then, the barest of her wings is fluttering just to keep her hovering. But you see that her light disappears. Like, the light that she was pulsating to get you guys to, follow dissipates. And she you see that she is now, because what you hear suddenly a different vibrato in her voice as she's looking up here and looking up at the halfling, and you hear the sudden cadence to her as she goes, smite him, smite him before it's too late, smite him, as she shoots out her hand and is waving a finger, and the sudden fury suddenly overcomes her. Her voice sounds different, jarred, shocking, as she suddenly is pointing a finger up at this halfling and is saying this repeatedly. And you see the halfling looking down like, oh no, it's her, no, she's bad, she's back, no, she's back, please, get her away from me, as you see the halfling start freaking out again.
Can I check
Coriander? I want to hunter's mark this person.
Which one are you hunters marking? Also, yes, you may, Percy.
The
also,
halfling.
who are you hunters marking? Gemini.
Half.
Are your hunters marking the halfling?
Yes.
Mark, you suddenly, like I said, you release your magic, Gemini, and you watch as that glow kind of comes over, and like a shiver goes up the halfling's spine, and he just goes, oh, no, wait! And, Percy, go ahead and give me an insight roll.
Oh.
All these rolls, guys.
I will
Can-
use a sorcery point to re-roll a d20 skill check, please.
Hey, how many sorcery points you got left?
4 out of 5.
Nice, let's go. I will let you re-roll it. Let's see it.
Can Yvonne?
And you may, and also Yvonne, you may. Oh!
Bro.
You did say before the call that you got out all of your
Percy.
good rolls.
Oh.
No. But also, Yvonne, you may also roll insight. But Percy, who were you inciting? You said you were inciting Coriander?
Coriander, yeah.
Right. And then, Yvonne, who were you inciting?
Insight. The halfling.
Okay.
That's a 12 plus 6, 18.
18. Okay, 18 on the halfling. And what's your total, Percy, on Coriander?
7.
7. With the 7, Coriander, it's ghostly. Like it's eerie. The difference of, you know, seeing the light, happy, fun Coriander just suddenly smite him, smite him, smite him, just over and over suddenly. Like it's jarring and it's shocking, but it's also like you feel like the like a sense of almost fear of like, uh-oh, like you see Coriander's like, this seems urgent, like it's dire, like this is, don't think, you have to just do this right now. There seems to be an urgency with Coriander. You pick that up, like this is like ride or die to Coriander.
So
With an 18, Yvonne, you look up and you see the halfling, and you see this halfling that's just like, no, and it's just like shaking their head. There's something to you. You know what? I'll text it to you on an 18. On an 18, I'll text it to you because it's a little, I don't know. I'll see what you think of it. Maybe I'll text you nothing. Maybe I only text you a smiley face. You don't know. But Gemini, what are you doing?
So where is he? Is he still in the net? He's out of the net, right? He's just standing there, or what?
No. Agamemnon has not let him out of the net. He's still in the net.
Oh,
He's still
He's stuck
hanging.
in the net.
He's still in the net. He's still hanging about 10 feet above the ground.
I would ask him, who are you?
Bo.
And I
we
would
know,
get-
we know
and
his
I
name
would
is
get-
Bo.
I'd pull out my battle axe just to be safe.
He
I
said, "Who
got my
are you?"
greatsword over my shoulder.
Yeah, he's like, "Whoa,
We know his
I'm
name
just
is
a
Bo.
halfling. I don't know.
Mr.
I
Tell
don't
me
know.
your name.
I told him it's Bo. It's Bo. It's Bo Brown
Mr.
Toe. I
Brown
don't know.
Toe.
Yes. And he's like looking down, like, wait, no, please, no. You have to believe me. She's bad. You have to believe me. And you see that he's like panicking and looking all around, and he's just like, no, please, you have to. Don't let her get me. Please, don't. Listen, I don't know. What are you? I don't have any money.
DM.
I don't have any money. Yes.
That source of Fey energy I detected,
Correct.
it's coming. I'm sure it's after standing here for a second and listening to all this. I'm sure it's coming from the halfling, right?
You are sure that it is coming from the halfling, correct?
Yvonne, put a pin in this for a second. Yvonne
Yes.
would like to prepare an action.
Okay. What are you preparing?
He'd like to prepare
Okay.
to throw a. Oh boy. He'd like to prepare to throw a guiding bolt at 2nd level,
Okay.
Oh, shit.
and as he's while he's preparing to do that, like
Uh-huh.
ready to just throw it at a moment's notice,
Right.
he looks to Coriander, and Yvonne just says, "Is this a Fey creature, and why do you want it dead?"
You say that, but Coriander just suddenly, like, she's still just shit, like, just this frozen, ghostly, you know, visage of her as she's just, like, staring, eyes not moving, locked onto the halfling, and just goes, it's gonna be too late, you have to smite him, and she seems to just not, and she's getting a little bit closer as she says that, like, she's starting to hover.
What do you mean by
just
Fey?
a little bit closer, as she does not answer your question, Yvonne, but she seems still rushing rushing you, rushing
noticed
you
that.
to hurry.
Uh,
But you
Yvonne,
notice
what do
that
you
you
mean
know
by
that they are
fair?
both pinging as Fae to you, Yvonne. Both Coriander and this halfling is pinging as Fae.
Coriander seems legit, but is that what Yvonne would do?
Yes, oh my god, what would he find? He's in the halflings. It's like, I don't have any. He's in the money. I don't have any money. Please, I don't know what to give you. I don't have anything.
Percy would look at
She's
Yvonne.
evil. She's evil. Get her
Oh,
away.
wait a
Hurry.
second.
We have to leave. We have to get me down. Get me down. Get her away from me.
Yvonne's really using his 10 intelligence because he just realizes, wait, we're like hours deep into the Fey Forest. Yvonne would let loose that guiding bolt.
Okay, roll an attack roll for me.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
That hits. Well, we say that. Hopefully,
Does
it
a
hits.
23 hit?
It does hit. Alright, like it does. I would say it does. It does hit. Like so. Go ahead. Actually, yeah, it hits.
Oh,
Yeah, it
and
does hit. Go ahead and roll
Hunter's
for
Mark?
damage. Well, the Hunter's Mark. That's for Gemini. That doesn't affect you. That only affects
Oh, that's
Gemini.
just for her?
Yep.
Oh.
It only affects because your guiding bolt
Could you
gives
imagine
people
how
advantage.
OP that would be?
Man, Rangers
Yeah,
would be
no, that would be
busted.
crazy.
Every party needs a Ranger. Hunter's Mark. Hunter's Mark. Hunter's Mark.
Rangers.
That'd be insane. But yes, go ahead and roll
That
for
deals,
damage.
by the way, 5d6 damage.
Yeah, roll for damage. Let's fucking see it.
Oh wow, that's good.
That's good. 22 points of, and remind me, it is radiant, correct?
Radiant damage.
Yes. 22 points of radiant damage. As you guys, the sudden, like, this chaos of the halfling is going, wait, no, don't do it! And Coriander, smite him, smite him, smite him! And everybody's this, this kind of commotion, this chaos suddenly. And then you see, you know, Gemini casting Hunter's Mark, and that's her initiative. Gemini's always the one that takes initiative. But to see conviction suddenly from the cleric might be a little shocking to some of you, maybe not, but you watch as Yvonne lets loose this very strong light that kind of suddenly, for just a moment, is blinding in this kind of dim light. Suddenly, this radiant energy shooting up, eviscerating the net, as the net then whoosh, flares up with a hot fire for a second before turning it, just pieces of rope drop to the ground onto you, Agamemnon, as the halfling goes, ah! And shrieks and falls down to the ground with a big kapoof, just down on the ground, not catching themselves at all, just falling face first into the ground, and suddenly there is silence.
What the bloody hell are you doing, Yvonne?
I thought I was gonna catch him.
Oh, do you try to catch him? I mean, he has attacked. Do you try to catch him still, even with Yvonne? Do you try to catch him when you see that Yvonne attacks? Or do you let him fall to the ground?
And let him fall to the ground.
Yeah, that's what I assume. Because I don't think Agamemnon would be expecting Yvonne to attack him, so...
I mean, as soon as I see Yvonne attack him, I can just, like, put my sword pointed straight up.
Wait, say that again? Oh, I would say it's too fast. It happens too quickly. He falls to the ground near you. You wouldn't be able to put because you're not coordinating with Yvonne to be like, okay, you're gonna hit, I'm gonna slash him, like, he falls to the ground. But he is about
Fruit Ninja with a halfling.
Yeah. Yes.
Agamemnon's trying to play all the mini games in D&D. Like, let's go. I did one festival, one Fruit Ninja, one. I need one battle saber, like the beat game, yeah. Right. But you watch, but Agamemnon, he falls kind of like near, like with the commotion. I would say too, the blast maybe also pushes him like a little bit further, so maybe he's like not directly under you anymore with the blast, but he does get pushed down, and now he's like maybe 10 feet from you, Agamemnon, and he's on the ground slumped. But with still like a little bit of the sparkling magic of guiding bolt, but slumped on the ground and not moving. And Coriander suddenly stops screaming and just takes like a deep breath and seems to be calmer in this moment.
Can I turn to Coriander and say, can you explain? Now that it's done?
You say that. You turn to Coriander to look, and Coriander just kind of, she goes, You see, like, suddenly, do you see, like, when you go to look at Coriander, she's still, you realize now focusing on her, that she seems actually ghostly. She seems pale. Like, her little bit, even the green of the usual bright green of her hair is faded and looks a little bit gray as she is staring off, wide-eyed, just not looking at anybody, just staring off into the distance, something seeming to come over her. And then as you turned and say that to her, you hear a
Yeah.
Well,
Hey,
ain't that interesting? As you hear of the voice, the halfling, but a different voice coming from the halfling, as the halfling with this disheveled hair and leaves and grass kind of turn and look up and look over the shoulder to all of you and gives a too wide, sickening grin. Just goes, well, I guess I'll see y'all in an hour. And you watch suddenly as the halfling's body begins to fade and shift, and the glowing of the guiding bolt is there for a moment before you see suddenly the body disappear, become almost translucent, but this very like light kind of cream yellowish kind of color, but become almost like smoke, and becomes this smoke that suddenly very slowly dissipates and begins to dissipate into the underbrush.
Okay, answers now, otherwise we're going back.
And then you hear a and suddenly Coriander falls to the ground and is beginning to shake. But the color begins to come back to her, but her body is now shaking as she kind of trembling on the ground and goes, what? And she's looking at her hands. What? Oh, that was strange. I felt bad for a moment, I think. But I don't feel anything now. I'm sorry.
Yvonne just sighs loudly.
I'm sorry. Did something happen? As she's looking up from the ground.
Did something happen?
Yvonne would respond, I believe your boss is playing a trick on us, and I'd like to go on record to say I disapprove of how he treats his faithful.
You see that she frowns and she furrows her brows and just goes, oh, I wasn't aware that was... I did not know. Oh. I'm sure he will tell me. Soon. I am sorry if you are distressed. I sense you are distressed.
This is wonderful. This is absolutely wonderful. We're stuck in a forest filled with freaking mad people. Yvonne, Gemini, either we turn this around right now, I'm walking out of here by myself.
You see Coriander.
I'm not putting up with this anymore. This is stupid.
Her wings begin, like, kind of come up and then begin to flutter. She just slowly kind of comes up into the air, and she kind of comes over to you, Percy, and she goes, Percy, I'm sorry. Did my bad cause distress? We can
You're
rest.
Bad? You're bad?
I think
you were screaming, smite him, now or never, smite him, repeatedly, over and over and over again, with no reason, no explanation. You just expected us to murder someone or something that was in a net.
Oh.
No.
remember.
No. I don't want your excuses. Gemini, it turns to Gemini and even like, this is too much. I'm done. This is way above my pay grade. You're talking about messing with what did you say, Fae, Yvonne? You asked Coriander something about Fae? What do you know of Fae?
I'm a Fae creature. I'm a sprite.
She is a Fae creature, and I believe our understanding was we were going to talk to a Fae god.
No. My understanding was that we were being forced here to talk to someone who was invisible, who spoke through the sprite in a goblin tunnel.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was him.
Oh, trust me, Yvonne.
I
understand the situation, how we got here perfectly. I just don't agree with everything that's happened.
Yvonne kind of flexes his hands that he used to throw the bolt, and he just says, I don't like this either. But the sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can go home.
I don't quite like the idea that our cleric and Gemini seem to be so enthralled by this voice that when they shout someone to smite something that we don't know, you don't give us any explanation, and you just... What was... You bolted him?
Percy, you were eaten by flowers an hour ago.
I wasn't eaten by flowers. It was all I'm saying...
Yep.
And Percy, you could hear how
sniffed at by
terrified
flowers.
Coriander was. Coriander's been in a goblin cave and didn't sound like that. Something was terribly wrong. Clearly.
Yes. So we should leave.
Is that the word?
This is not our
bad?
domain, and I would like to be out of it soon.
Was I terrified?
We're almost there.
You turned pale, Coriander, almost like a ghost.
Oh. I have never seen
And
a
your
ghost.
eyes were red and your hair was on fire. I mean, I may be embellishing slightly, but that's how I remember it.
Poor Percy! Percy's having the worst fucking time. Oh.
Yvonne
Should
looks
we-
at Percy.
Yes.
Sorry. Yvonne looks at Percy, just says, Percy, I will pay you 25 gold pieces to stick around for a couple hours.
I don't care, Yvonne, about your gold. Promise me, and he's being deadly serious, promise me that we leave this place in one piece. No one else has to die.
Oh, very interesting choice of words.
Oh.
Yvonne would look you dead in the eye, Percy, and say with 100% sincerity, with all the power vested in me, you will walk out of here just as you are now.
I'm glad you said that before we lost our other comrade.
I sense that
Might not trusted
people
your word
are
otherwise.
upset. Maybe we stay here? Maybe I will hear from the one of which I report to, and we can clear this up.
Yes, let's stay near the place where Yvonne vaporized a helpless halfling. Yes,
Or if we can
Yes, let's-
continue forward. I don't... I'm sorry. I'm not skilled in these humanoid emotions.
Okay, you can
Yes,
just
Cor-
save the apology.
Coriander. Let's
Yes.
please carry on towards the one you report to. I believe we would like to have this adventure come to a close soon.
Yes, I believe we need to seek out the one that you report to. Even though he just was speaking for the body that we are leaving here on the ground.
You see that
Did the
she...
body
By
disappear?
his
above
orders.
board? Did the body disappear? Or is it still
turned
just
to-
there?
turned to
Give
smoke.
me... no, the body's gone. The body disappeared. Yeah, above board, the body is gone. Yeah. Yeah, the body
I
turned
think
to
we need
smoke.
to get-
You watch the body turn into a yellowish smoke and disappear.
I think we need to get to the one that you report to and get some answers to this situation here. And quick.
Agreed.
I will hurry my pace. And you watch as she turns and she begins to glow that faint green pulse again as she, quicker this time, leads you forward into the forest. Are you following?
Yes.
Yeah. And so you
Let's
guys...
roll.
Before Percy's right at the back.
Fair.
Before we all take off,
Mm-hmm.
Yvonne would just stop by Percy, just and like clasp his shoulder for a moment, and just say, "The truth is my domain. I knew that thing wasn't. It wasn't one of us before I even saw it. I wasn't sure, but I was fairly sure.
Percy
I will
would
keep you safe
shrug you
through
off.
this, Percy."
He'd shrug your hand away and just go, next time, tell us before you vaporize something that we all deem to be helpless.
That is warranted. I will do that.
And please keep an eye on Gemini. I'm really worried about that Fae having some sort of influence over her and you listening to your deity and lots of invisible hidden voices whispering things that you folks seem so quick to abandon all reason and just follow. So keep an eye on Gemini. And I'll keep an eye on you. Deal?
That is the only way I would have it. Deal.
So a slight crackling of flame around Percy's hand as he's like...
We are flung away from home now, folks.
Y'all are keeping an eye on my back because I am headed off with my greatsword over my shoulder to figure out what's going on here.
It's like I watch my own back and my side and my front, and I watch 360 all the way around.
I'm covered in eyes.
I'm covered in eyes. Agamemnon, the all-seeing. But as you guys continue forward through the Sunshade Grove, you guys do come to a bit of like the trees, instead of being as dense as they were for a while, start to lessen a little bit. It's still a thick forest, but it's almost like being able to breathe again, with it being able to see past these thick thickets, being able to see the trees, and these gradients of the leaves, and able to like go through. It is dim light, not full darkness yet, but it is dim light as you guys go through, as there's like a little bit, just like not like a proper opening, like it's not totally round, but there is like a little bit of just like a small like kind of clearing, there's some trees that are scattered enough that there can be a little bit of just a respite, as you see that there is, also like some brush and stuff that's kind of up ahead, like there seems to be more of a thicket up ahead, but right here is a little bit of just like a small little opening that Coriander stops in and goes, "Here, this is the spot." And you see that she kind of just takes a moment and she flutters down to the ground and kind of sits down on her knees and kind of puts her hands over top of one another and bows her head for a moment. And she's quiet for but a minute before going, "Oh, I understand. I will tell them." And she kind of then flies up just a little bit and turns, and she just goes, "The one who I report to said to get comfortable. He also said he is proud and interested in the decision-making of your party. He is very eager to meet all of you."
Yvonne dislikes the implication.
I resent that.
when you say get comfortable, that makes me feel like we're gonna have a long wait. How long do you think it'll be?
Oh, not long. He would have told me if it was a long time. I think but a few moments.
Okay, cool.
As you wish.
But you see that Coriander kind of goes up into the tree, goes up into one of the trees and kind of sits on a branch and begins to you see get like a little brush and begins to kind of brush out her hair a little bit as she kind of gets a little cozy.
Hey, Coriander.
Huh? Yes.
I have a question.
What is it, Gemini?
Would you say that you and the one that you report to are friends?
You see that she pauses for a moment and goes, I either have many friends or no friends. I've not really thought about the word. Who do you consider a friend? What do you feel is a friend?
Well, a friend is someone that you can trust, someone that you confide in, someone that you feel like you can be yourself around, and they bring good to your life, bring joy to your life.
You see she nods and goes, I will make note of this. Then yes, I would say the one who I report to is a friend.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. As she continues to sit up there. But what do you guys do in just the few minutes? Like, you guys have a couple of minutes, you think, to yourselves. Do you guys just kind of anxiously wait? Do you settle? Do you just stand?
I detect magic because I want to steal something from these bastards and take it back to them.
You're like, I'm detecting magic right now.
Will I be able to ritually cast that or not? Will I not have time to do that?
You think you would have time to ritually cast it?
Yeah, I'll do that.
I'll tell you above board. You got time to ritually cast it if you want to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be over here massaging my twisted foot that still hurts.
Yes. Fair. Valid. You do that. Agamemnon and Yvonne, what are you guys doing in this time?
I guess I'm waiting.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, same
All
here,
I'm
I guess.
chilling.
Yeah.
Got my sword ready.
I will say that Percy, when you go to detect magic, you are apt and ready. Ready for any moment of, if you're like, all right, and if anything pops up, you are ready at a moment's notice. And in this juncture, in this where it seems to be like a small place of respite, there's nothing magical that pings to you besides the things that you already know to be on your person.
Coriander and things like that.
Yeah.
What did she ping? She does, doesn't she? Because that's how I found her last. Yeah, she does ping.
Yeah, she pings. Yeah, she pings of magic. Yeah, she pings of like a little bit of fey magic, a little faint aura. But it does, like, after you have it and it's up for maybe 10 minutes, you only have to wait, Percy, for about 2 more minutes into your 10 before you get pinged of just a faint, you can't really quite catch the school of magic, but just like faint, like a magical essence. Almost similar, almost kind of how, I would say, like, for just to get a sense, just to kind of explain what it feels like, it's kind of like when you ping somebody as like when you pinged like Griffin or yourself, for instance.
Okay,
like somebody that just seems magical, or like Coriander, who seems just innately, just faintly a little bit magical. You sense that. And coming out from the bush, you hear a bit of a rustling in the bush, and then you don't see anything come out. Nothing seems to come out for a moment before then you hear just like a little bit of quiet, and then the dark, kind of off in the distance, and then kind of appearing you hear a voice kind of go, "Ah, welcome, welcome, one and all. Now, before I come out into the open, I do want to ask, politely speaking, is anyone about to send a magical bolt my direction before I step out from the underbrush?"
Percy lets loose a firebolt. No, he doesn't.
Fireball, yeah, exactly.
No, he doesn't.
He's like, fireball! Sets the forest on fire. Yeah. Incredible.
Incredible.
But you hear the voice. You hear this voice out, kind of in the distance.
Elon kind of glances over at Percy as if he's going to answer with a firebolt.
Right? Yeah, no,
But-
everybody looks at Percy like, Percy.
Yvonne just says, if you don't mean us harm, we don't mean you harm.
Yeah.
I don't have any firebolts to let loose. All I have is this.
All right. Well, then I guess I will make your acquaintance. And you see, stepping out from the brush, and also, like I said, Percy pinging. You don't ping any, like, magical belongings or anything that is on their person. But you do ping that they are, like, faintly, innately kind of magical. But you see the halfling. The same halfling. Disheveled and has, like, leaves and stuff sticking in their kind of dirtied clothes. But you see the same kind of pudgy halfling kind of coming out from the underbrush and kind of dusting themselves off and going, well, howdy do, folks. You've traveled quite a long way out to the Sunshade Grove, but I'm happy to finally make your acquaintance face to face. Well, and you see that he kind of looks down at himself and goes, sorta. But I'm Hypnos. Should you need me to confirm that.
I see.
Now, Coriander's told me your names, but it's the polite thing I would like to, be introduced to each and every one of you, if that is all right. And he kind of, like, looks through all the group. But you see that he steps out and does, like, very, like, compared to the very, like, shaky, panicky, vibrations and movements of the halfling earlier, it's a very calm demeanor. Even though they look dirty and kind of have leaves and stuff and sticks and stuff all everywhere, they're very just kind of, they're just kind of relaxed, you would say. And they kind of just step forward and kind of like looking at everybody and just kind of just looking at everybody in, and just kind of has their hands kind of, just down to their sides, just kind of looking at everybody as they step into this little area.
Well, in the spirit of good meetings, my name is Yvonne.
Yvonne. Oh.
You
It
can
was
just call me
you.
Yvonne.
Avon. So it was you were the one that smote the halfling? Yours truly. That was quite a hit. Quite a show. I really was surprised that, you attacked, a halfling in distress, suspended in the air, but it's interesting that you trust Coriander so. Kind, maybe?
It was a variety of factors, really.
Interesting. And you see they kind of look and just like, now, I believe you're Gemini, correct? And you're Percy and Agamemnon?
I am Gemini.
Or did I confuse the two?
I am Gemini. And
I am
I
adding him on the
am
incredible.
I am glad to meet you, but I have to ask, are you playing a game with us? We have
Well,
serious business we have to take care of. If this is
no.
just a game to you, then let's play it at another
Whoa,
time.
whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, well. If we want to be serious, we can be serious. Don't get me wrong, I like games as much as the next person, but I understand business when it is business. I'm sorry to give you the wrong impression, Gemini, but if you wish, what is exactly the problem, if you would like to get it off your chest, although I have a hunch.
I just want to know what was going on with the halfling in the net and that whole thing with Coriander. I want to know what happened.
Oh, well, I could tell you. I think that's very right to be hesitant and cautious and questioning. You've got a good mind on you, Gemini. I was curious. Coriander has been giving me reports about an interesting, I guess, quadruplet of folks that were liberating some goblins. Didn't really understand it myself, but I just wanted to know what type of folk I was getting myself tangled into. What kind of folk goes in and instead maybe kills a couple goblins, sure, but parties with them? Also makes little Narlax give up a very high and very powerful magic item. Now that is something. That's something I wanted to know. Were you good? Are you bad? Do you mean trouble? Do you mean to help? I wanted to see what you'd do. If there was a halfling that was perhaps stuck or distressed in the forest stranded, what would you do? I don't really like going around messing with and doing, chit-chats and talks with unpleasant folk.
I
Well,
think I like this guy.
Percy just looks at this halfling and just goes, well, normally we wouldn't attack innocent halflings caught in nets, you imbecile. However, when your little Coriander starts screaming at the top of their lungs, smite him, has to be now, smite him, and then seemingly has no recollection of that, you could say that the odds were tipped in our favour that something was off, I guess.
Oh, well, Percy, here. First of all, let me give you an apology. I see that there's a bit of anger or dislike in your tone of voice, but, darling, and you see that he kind of looks up into the trees, and Coriander kind of picks up her head and goes, would you come down here a moment? And he lifts up his hand, like, to gesture for Coriander to come over. And you see that Coriander kind of flutters down and, like, sits in the palm of his hand, and she just kind of crosses her legs and just kind of sits there, kind of just off on his hand. She goes, and he kind of brings her close and goes, now, Coriander, how are you feeling? The same, I think. Well, did you feel different earlier? Oh, yes, I felt, terrified, I think, is the emotion. Oh, well, darling, I'm very, very sorry about that. Do you forgive me, or is there something that I can do to make amends? Oh, well, you didn't do it. Oh, but I did. That was me that did that. Oh, do you forgive me, or do you need me to do something? No, I forgive you. All right. Well, you just think about that. And he lifts her up and puts her up on his shoulder, and she kind of just sits there on his shoulder for a moment. Well, you think about that, and if you change your mind, you let me know. Now, is there anything else of which I can do to help unruffle the feathers I seem to have ruffled?
Yes. There is something you can do. We don't use sunny pulpweed lying around because we really need some, and that's the whole reason we came here in the first place. Before we got wrapped up in your little shenanigans.
Oh, sunny pokeweed, you say?
Yes.
Well, I mean, we might be able to help each other more than I think. Why are you in need of sunny pokeweed?
Oh. Do you really need to know?
Well, it's just curious. The sunny
Curiosity,
pokeweed is
okay,
a
yeah.
herb that is often used to make health potions.
Any more reasons for using it? Anything else? Because
Well,
whatever you're thinking of right now, just pick one, and that's the reason that we want it.
oh well,
Percy's going off today.
yeah, Percy's on a mood
Percy
today.
Percy hates it here.
Yeah,
He
Percy's like, get me
despises
the
this place.
fuck out.
Yeah, he does not like this.
You see that Hypnos gives a little bit of a smile and goes, oh, that's fair. You can keep your business. If you need to know, sunny pokeweed, before it's out of season, there is some, but I wouldn't recommend you go down that path. There are things that do hunt in the darker corners of these forests. I would not recommend going to find sunny pokeweed. But I too am looking for a health potion. And I know where one is. But that's a different matter altogether. Gemini, we spoke
Yes.
originally, and you said you were in need of magic items. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, what if we just cross out two birds with one stone? We can, well, in a sense. The problem is, I don't know how much you folk need a health potion. If you do, well, you might be maybe a little bit out of luck. My offer is, because I also too need a health potion, a very specific health potion crafted by a very wonderful and top tier alchemist. The problem is that health potion is in a not so great place to be. But if you give me that health potion back, I'll give you a better, more potent in magical essence magic item. And I'm gonna guess that before you ask, this magic item is gonna get you, I'm assuming, what it is that you're needing. Not that you've been forthcoming about it, which you don't have to be. Your business is your business, after all. But if you wanted to make an exchange, one simple health potion for a better magic item, and one that is more useful to you in your, particular predicament, might I say.
Okay, where is this health potion?
Well, it's in a little bit
And
of...
what's so special about it?
Well, I'm gonna ask, are we gonna talk in circles, or are we gonna talk? Why do you need I'll tell you what's about this health potion, about that's going on, but I'm curious why the four of you traveled so deep into a dark forest for a magic item. I tend to like to know the type of people I'm helping out.
Should we put it to a vote?
I shoot a message to Gemini, and I say very are we going to tell everyone about the deity that's stuck in Quiet Watch? Is that what we're doing here?
No.
You see a wave of relief just wash over Percy. He, for the first time in 4 days, relaxes.
God.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Percy,
I will tell
You
you
do that-
exactly.
Percy, before you're able to, or I would say as you're speaking, Agamemnon, Percy, you hear a voice in your head going, "Oh, well, I can do that too, but I would really much rather have our conversations out loud."
I shoot a message back and going, I guess whatever you asked you get, don't you?
Go ahead, Agamemnon.
I think you already know the people that you're dealing with. You've seen us. You've seen our actions.
That's
we told you
true.
exactly who we are and what we do.
Fair.
But if I am to tell you who I am, I go anywhere and I do anything that's necessary to get whatever I need.
Oh my. Agamemnon, I would be
The
very
unstoppable.
mighty careful with your word choice in particular. You in particular. I knew you were a dragonborn, but it is very, very interesting that a blue dragonborn's gonna walk into this forest, talk to me, and say that you get what you need. Now that is something. But sure, I think I do know, loosely, who you are. And here, I'll be forthcoming. I'll let you know this magic item that I would part to you. This predicament, and he does like a little circle with a finger in the air. You know, this, I don't know if you probably have noticed by now that a lot of folk are a little bit stuck here in this area. Now, I have a magic item that could get you unstuck. All you gotta do is give me my health potion. But if you don't want to give me a health potion, well, if you said you were looking for Sunny Pokeweed, alright, that's fine. You can take the health potion. And I won't give you my item. And to answer your question, Gemini, come with me. Just just a short walk. And you see that the halfling walks around to the side and kind of goes into the weird thicket, this weird brush that's kind of around. You watch as the halfling goes and starts walking through that brush.
Okay.
Do you guys follow?
I would follow, and I would also be asking, what do you mean by unstuck?
Well, and he sees he's talking and walking, and he's like,
Well.
"Oh, well, I mean, this appears to be a one-way barrier. You walk in, you don't walk out. Except with this item, you could walk is a strong word, but you'd be able to get out. Easy peasy." And then all you'd have to do is, I mean, it is one item, but it's a one-way ticket. You get out, you just throw the magic item back in, somebody else gets out, throw the magic item back in, and so on and so forth, and you got yourself a solution to your stuck problem. But you see that Hypnos, you see that the little halfling stops. And you see that there's more brush, but you realize that there is a bit of like some almost like a small like rock formation that kind of comes up in the ground that is kind of almost hidden by this brush. But you see that there is actually, as he moves away some of like, you know, he seems to like pull away some of the brush that's trying to like form, but you see that there is actually steps. There's a whole bunch of steps about let me check. Let's see how wide. Let's see how wide these steps are.
When you asked if we're like following,
about 20 feet. This is about 20 feet of steps that seem to go down into the earth, that go down into the ground. But go ahead, Percy.
I was just saying that when you asked if everyone was following, I sent you a DM on Discord.
Yeah.
That would influence my decision.
You have no reaction right now.
Cool. In that case, I stay behind and I sit in the campsite and I start flicking through the Merit Seeker's journal, just chilling.
Enough. Yeah, you get no reaction.
No interest. I have no interest in do whatever.
Yeah. So who all's with Hypnos?
I would
Didn't
be.
he just specifically say Gemini?
Well, he said Gemini, but
don't
also
wanna be
motioned to
rude,
everybody. He
but-
kind of motioned to everybody, like, "Hey, I'll show you where the potion is."
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely
Yvonne
there.
would look.
Yeah, sure. Agamemnon, do you stay behind with Percy, or do you come with?
So,
I really
the
don't want to
spec-
split up.
Yeah, Agamemnon's like, what? Do you say that to Percy?
Yes.
All right.
I think splitting up is the quickest way to failure here.
Percy just turns to him and just flicking through the journal, going, "We're in potentially the safest place this forest has to offer, but I'm not following that thing anywhere." That's what I would say.
so, so as I'm following, I would ask. So, what makes this health potion so special? What's so special about it?
Mm-hmm. I love that the crack of thunder in the distance is going on.
Did you hear that?
Yeah,
I thought that was something moving. Was that thunder?
that was
Oh.
thunder.
Yeah,
That
we
was
got
thunder.
huge thunder
Oh,
outside
yeah.
our windows.
Oh yeah, I got thunder out here. Yeah, we got storms going on right now. Incredible mood setting.
It's crazy over here at the moment.
Love it.
But yes, did Agamemnon hear what I said?
Yeah.
I did.
Okay, cool. Then your choice is your own, friend.
I don't know what to make of it.
Well, while Agamemnon and Percy are kind of Agamemnon, you're like, shit, do I follow? Do I stay with Percy? Gemini, you ask this question. And you see Hypnos goes, well, I mean, as important as a health potion is to anyone. It's a healing capability, and I require it. I need, it's something that I need for my own, shall we say, personal business. And what better health potion to have than one made by a skilled alchemist? It was meant to be a gift to me, and let's just say that did not work out. But my health potion's down there. It's on the second floor.
Wow.
Now, here's the thing about it. Again, I see that your party seems to be in a little bit of a disarray, which I don't really recommend if you're gonna go down there. I thought maybe you folks were serious about needing magic items, but maybe I was mistaken.
We definitely need magic items for sure. How many of those do you have, by the way?
The one that I'm willing to trade. That's it. Just one.
Mhm.
One for one. One health potion for one item.
Do you have any other magic items?
You know, it's about this time I'm gonna ask a second time, might I remind that it is, in fact, a second time. Why are you so in need of magic items? I thought you would be thrilled to be able to be away from this barrier and be able to jump the course, but you don't seem very thrilled about this, Gemini. Now I'm even more curious as to why maybe that's not the reason you need magic items. Maybe there's a different reason you're looking for magic.
No,
Hmm.
but I was just wondering, you seem to know a lot about the barrier. I mean, if you have a magic item that can, get around this curse, that's very curious. Where did you get this magic item?
I will
And
not
how much do you
answer
know
a
about
question.
the curse?
I will not answer a question when you yourself will not answer mine. I will keep my business and you will keep yours. It is the polite thing to do. Unless you want to be forthcoming. Then I will be forthcoming. You get to dictate how this relationship is. After all.
Real quick.
Yes.
Yvonne's hearing all this too, right?
Yeah, you and Yvonne, you're standing. I've assumed you followed Gemini.
Right.
Yes.
Just,
yeah, so you
just
hear
making
this.
sure.
Yeah, you're there. You're there. Do you say anything, Yvonne? You keep to yourself?
He's thinking about it.
I see. Well, with that pause, you'll hear Hypnos goes, I will, however, say, here's the thing about this here dungeon. It's new. It's volatile. It's opened up recently, and does tend to have very potent, tricksy powers about it. It's, I would be careful. See, the thing is, if we make a deal, and you agree that you're going to give me my health potion on the second floor, and I will give you the magic item, which you rightfully deserve and are owed at that point, to be able to get through the barrier, I will lead you down there. I'll lead you down there. I'll tell you, to my best of my knowledge, the traps and the danger that is down within this dungeon. You don't have to agree. You can, just, I told you, it's on the second floor. And it's not very hidden. You could go down there of your own volition and get the health potion for yourself and not make a deal with yours truly, and you can have one free health potion. However, I will, let's say, not recommend that path, because without my guidance, you might be stumbling a little bit through some very treacherous dangers that are down there.
Yvonne kind of leans in towards Gemini and just says, that magic item does sound adequate.
And you do hear that Hypnos goes, and if you need a little bit more trust, then I understand sometimes you gotta give trust to receive trust. If you walk down this path, down these steps, I'm very specific now. Follow this instruction exactly. Keep to the right. Walk 20 paces. And then about, I guess, shoulder length for me, a little bit further down for you, push your hand in up against the wall. It'll help. There'll be a little secret room there that will help you on your path through the dungeon. You don't have to believe me, but if you want some trust,
thank you for
there's some trust.
Tip.
I would want to talk to everybody.
Okay.
Like, kind of huddle up.
Yeah. You see Hypnos, he just waits. He lets you walk off. He does not follow. He stays by. He kind of gets a sense that you guys might need to convene.
Guys, okay, I think we made a mistake coming here. Something is off with this guy. I think he would just rather enjoy seeing us off ourselves in this dungeon or something. He's obviously playing some kind of games that we don't have time for.
I mean, we have all the time in the world now, don't we?
Yvonne?
About 5 years.
Yvonne, I will say you were with Gemini. You heard him say that, and neither one of you walked down into the dungeon to check what he said. So, Yvonne, you do clock this. I'm just saying.
That is true, but that would also have been like committing to the dungeon very slightly.
Fair.
I mean, Gemini, we followed you here because, spoke to you through this coriander fey creature. Now you're getting cold feet.
I thought he could really help us, but I just got a bad feeling.
What did he say?
Really bad feeling about this guy. I think he's trying to I think he gets his kicks watching other people suffer or get killed or something. You saw what he did to Coriander.
Yes, but what did you say? What did you say when you walked off with? What's he off?
If Yvonne would just tell Percy exactly what he said.
Yeah.
Oh, great. So now he's dangling the biggest carrot on the juiciest stick, or whichever way around that goes, to try and get us into a dungeon that we can then teleport people out one by one through some kind of loophole.
Yeah, but from our experience, this guy's magic items, though very,
Gemini, we
very.
have no experience in this. Are you kidding?
Yes, we do. We saw what he gave to oh my gosh, I can't think of his name.
Narlax. You would know that it
To
is
Narlax.
Hypnos that gave. You do
And-
know it would be Hypnos that gave Narlax the Wand of Fear. Upon
Yeah,
you would assume
and you saw
Narlax's
how
request.
dangerous that was. It was very, very powerful. Blech, very, very powerful, but also very dangerous to him. He has no
dealing with
concern.
goblins. This
He
is
has
direct
no
dealing
concern
with
for
an
us.
entity of Fae.
He wants to watch us die. I just know it. I say we go.
Fae.
I say we go.
Gemini,
That's a waste.
Yeah.
I need you to make me a survival check.
Come on, dice, let's go. Come on. Have you changed your dice color again?
Yes.
You
This is the one.
Let me.
This is the one.
Okay.
This is the one. This is the dice
I
color.
didn't roll that. Oh, okay, that wasn't me. Ah.
Oh, that was you. And I will say, so
Surprise.
this is your favorite terrain, so your proficiency bonus is doubled.
Oh.
49
So that
then.
would be 29.
29.
Oh my god.
Gemini,
29.
it is in your distress of saying this to your party, to your friends, that you're worried and you believe that this creature, it's like, yes, he gives very powerful magic items, but they're also dangerous, and you think he gets his kicks off of watching people die, and you trail off for a minute as you're looking, and as you're speaking, what you do is up to you, but I want you to know, suddenly your eyes track, and you realize suddenly the pathway, the original pathway where you saw humanoid footprints is right at your feet. And you realize those humanoid footprints, originally the ones that you were like, this is Sullivan Kane's trail, leads here.
Oh shit.
Do you look to see where they follow, where they go?
Yes.
You look down, cut yourself off, you look down, and you realize that the trail goes through this little thicket, through this little area, and you walk and realize that the trail goes through the brush, which you just went through with Hypnos. And you realize that the trail, at least with the dirt, ends at the steps of this dungeon.
Damn it.
I will say, you do also see the hooved footprints that are not near the foot of this dungeon, but are also in the area. That also are in this little kind of space, this little clearing that that the party is all in. You realize these hoofed prints are also here, but don't quite go, like, they do go like around the area of the dungeon, but don't seem to like do a direct path in. Like, they don't go in and out. Like, it looks like humanoid footprints went in, and then these hoofed tracks are just kind of about around this entrance.
Looking at everybody's feet really fast.
You're looking. Yeah. You're looking, and it's on what you rolled, like a 28?
29.
29. Yeah, on a 29, you are, even though this halfling, their footprints are smaller. You know this. There's no way that these humanoid footprints are Hypnos. They're not this halfling's footprints. These are full human-sized footprints. Or at least boot tracks.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't currently see anything that would lead to, like, hoofed prints. But you also don't see, I mean, you see your party's prints, you see your party's footprints, but that's what you see.
Okay. Dang it. Well, now I have to stay. Okay, well, we do need the magic item, but please, guys, just be aware, be cautious. I feel like he's, you know, whatever prize we get with him is going to be forked. You know, it's going to be a good and a bad. It's a means to an end, though. We can just get it and give it to you know, who we need to, and then not really let it make us go crazy or let him trick us into anything. Just don't trust him. Is all I'm saying.
So we're doing this.
Would
That's the question.
Yvonne?
I'm asked, are we doing this, or
Yvonne?
we're just going?
Yeah.
I need everybody else to make that decision because I feel in my heart of hearts that I just want to leave, that there's very much danger about to happen. I don't trust this guy and I don't trust this situation. I do trust our abilities and our that we got each other's back though. So I'm going to leave it up to the party. What should we do?
I don't quite understand why, but for some reason, I think this thing is telling the truth, or at least doesn't want us harmed.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we could be trusting is a generous word for this place, but something tells me there's more to it than what he's letting on, but not in a manipulative way.
Okay. Well, we do really need this.
I would be interested in trading a little more information that we have to know why he wants this potion so badly.
You can try for information, but I'm telling you, he's a trickster. I can already see that. I mean, and it just, to me, it's kind of a big red flag that he just happens to have the very one and only thing that we might want is something that would allow us to get out of there. And how does he even know about that, first off? And second off, you know, it's just too convenient that that's the one thing that he has to offer is the only one thing that we need.
On that much, we are agreed.
So,
Agamemnon, Percy, do you have any input to this?
I feel like going along, it's definitely a challenge that we could overcome no matter what the situation. I think there's definitely something for us to gain, but also I do not trust this. Not 100%. Not
That
50%.
seems reasonable.
I mean, he's listening to everything that we say.
that's fine.
Is he?
Every discussion that we have in this place, he
Yeah.
can best be aware, best be not that he is every.
Well, I'm not worried about that. If he knows that I don't trust him, it won't make any difference.
Of course, it won't. He's an all-powerful thing, creature. If we say no and he says we have no choice, then What are we going to do?
He did say we have a choice.
Everyone who holds the cards, all of the cards, always says the other players have a choice, Gemini.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
We don't have it. I think we have to do this, otherwise, I don't want to think what would happen otherwise. Just as a joke, DM, can I blow the horn of alarm for the stoked weasel ferret? See if I can pull them to my aid.
Check that. Are you able to? Are you able to
I
signal
don't
a
know.
person
That's
that
actually
you
a good
don't
point.
know what they look like?
I do know what they look like because I was down there.
You
doing
don't
an
know what they look
inspection.
like.
What, the stoke weasel?
Oh, the Oh, I thought you said the goat, like the bipedal with the other.
Oh, I mean,
No.
I could try that. You know?
That's why I was like,
Yeah.
what? Yo,
Good idea.
Yeah.
good idea. Yeah, I love it. Do you blow the horn for Nyx?
Yeah, just to see if they're within 600 feet and listen. I'll blow the horn of alarm to see if I can.
I don't believe the horn of alarm tells you whether or not they verifies that you would know that they were.
No, it doesn't.
But you could definitely try.
Yeah, I'll give it a try.
Yeah.
I'll just give it a try. Just
Go ahead and you think about that as you guys are huddled, and thinking about, the trickery nature, as Gemini and Percy, you guys had said, we don't have a choice. Well, we do have a choice. Well, anybody that holds all the cards, of course they're going to say you have a choice. Is that really a choice? And you guys are trying to put your heads together, and there's a need for allies. And Percy, you remember the giant weasel that you guys and Gemini helped free and release from the goblins, and you go to the horn of silent alarm, and you blow into it, and as it usually is, it's silent, but you feel the vibrations, Percy. You feel the vibrations, knowing that the horn is sounding, and we'll see. We'll see what happens. I will mark down that you've signaled it, in the hopes that Nyx is within 600 feet.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case they've been shadowing us.
Yeah. So what are you folks doing?
This then. I guess we're doing this then.
Let's get on with it then.
All right, you guys turn and go as a group towards the entrance.
Just stupid.
To the entrance of this dungeon. And you watch and you see that the halfling Hypnos is kind of leaning to one side of the entrance, kind of just up, standing and leaning, and then smiles upon seeing all of you kind of come out from the brush and just goes, "Oh, well, hello again. Did we come to a consensus?"
Yes. And we think you were listening the whole time, so.
I was not.
But I'll humor you and just say, yes, we'll play your little go and get your healing potion
No.
in trade for the magic item that you promised. That supposedly actually works, which if it's the only one of its kind, it's never really been used before. I don't know how it works. But
hold on just a moment, Gemini, if I may. Number one, you could leave. I'm not here to stop you from doing anything. You can go in the dungeon. You cannot go in the dungeon. You can go for the potion. You cannot go for the potion. That's up to you. Now, if we want to make a deal, that's different. Now, if you want to just go get the potion, well, then by all means, you can suit yourself. Go in there, but you won't have any knowledge of the danger that's afoot down there. But I'll tell you exactly what the potion is. I just won't guide you. And you can see fit. But if you want guidance, and you do want this deal, well, then we'll make a deal. but I've been charitable now to 2 other people before you that were not so kind on their end of the bargain. That's why this potion is down there to begin with. If you want to make a deal, then let's be serious as you said. I will need a lock of one person's hair, or if it's your dragonborn friend, Agamemnon nails is fine also. But we don't have to do that.
Nails.
Well,
Witchcraft.
I think hair will
Nails.
suffice.
hair was, well, you see that, well, dragonborns don't have, the Agamemnon doesn't have any hair.
Oh, is that one from each of us?
Oh, I just need one. I mean, if you want to give each,
No.
sure, but I just need one from one person.
No,
But we don't
I
have
don't
to
think
do
that's
that.
a good idea,
Now, and
guys.
again, and before we say that, like I said, you wanted, and let me tell you, you were the one that said you wanted to cut to the chase, so I cut to the chase. That is my offer. But again, you can go down there without my guidance. I don't recommend it, but you can. It's on the 2nd floor, the health potion. I'll give you as much exact coordinates as I can from here. But I'm going to rephrase my question so I don't repeat myself for a 3rd time. But maybe let me say, is there a specific need that your party is requiring, and that is why you're looking for help for magic items? Maybe you're not as worried about the barrier as I originally thought that you were. Maybe you don't care. But you do care about something. Because if you're looking for a specific magic item, maybe that would be more helpful.
Yvonne would kind of cough and just say, may I negotiate this one? They're talking to the group.
Yes. But don't give him any of your hair.
And you see the hands go up. The halfling hands go up. Now, that is of your own volition. I'm not here trying to steal anybody's hair. That would be gross. It's just an insurance policy. Should we move forward with this deal? Like I said, I've been kind and charitable to 2 people now that have done me a little wrong. And I also, too, have trust issues. But we don't have to do that.
I do have some questions that I feel maybe we both can figure an answer on.
All right, I might have
Just
some answers.
aside from our prior conversation. Oh wait, Yvonne doesn't know about that. Never mind.
Nix that. It's fine. No, it's fine. We get you.
Ooh, saved it.
Saved it.
I was gonna say, you are. You have to understand why would be hesitant about being forthcoming, and
Of course.
I admit
I'm a stranger
I
in the middle of the
appreciate-
woods. There's no other
I
bigger
do-
threat than that, I would imagine.
I question your test you pulled on us earlier, but aside from that, in the nature of goodwill, we serve a deeper purpose than just the barrier. But my question is, I can tell you why we need magic items. I just have one question I'd like answered,
All right,
personally.
I'm listening.
Why exactly do you want this health potion as someone who's clearly very powerful?
Well, now that's very kind of you, Yvonne. I also can see that you too are very powerful. And that's exactly the problem of which I have. You are a cleric. We don't really have those in the Feywild. Healing magic is but a wonderful and wondrously powerful endeavor. Now, this is the material world for a reason. Material, items, objects, the physical. Having a physical power to heal is a very lovely thing. Alright, I'll answer your question. I think that's valid. And since you're a cleric, I trust your goodwill. It is a gift. It was not the original deal I made with someone, but it was a counter-offer I wanted instead. I said, make me a health potion and we can have the whole thing cleared. They agreed. And then proceeded to trick me. And then, you see, I am both empty-handed but thankfully alive, which I'm sure they were hoping was not the case, but I need a health potion to give to, it's a celebration. I guess similar to birthday parties, but bigger, grander. I need to give this health potion as a gift to the crown of the Silverthorn. Their heir is celebrating, and they're making it quite a big and beautiful, grand thing, party, so to speak. The heir is sick, gets sick a lot, and to be able to give a health potion would be quite a gesture, would be quite a big boon. So that is why I wish to have it. Especially, too, knowing that this potion is made by one very skilled in potion making. It's not just an ever run-of-the-mill health potion, it's potent. And that is what I need.
I think I understand.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, actually. Thank you.
Oh, well.
Now, before I answer your question, I
Yes.
just have a side note I'd like to make. Does this sorry, what was it? Above board, what was his name again?
Sullivan Kane. I'll type
Sullivan
it in the chat.
Kane.
Yeah.
Thank you. Does this the person who reneged wrongfully on your deal, would it happen to have been Sullivan Kane, I believe?
You see a bit of just the brow furrows on the halfling for a moment before he tilts his head and goes, "Oh, well, my. Finally we're getting to understand one another. It was one Sullivan Kane. That's peculiar. Did the four of you happen to know Sullivan Kane? But yes, it was."
No idea who he is.
I'm not familiar with him personally. I just have an
No,
understanding.
never heard of him.
He-
I just came up with, John Doe, Smith, Sullivan Kane,
Yeah.
Love it.
So,
Love it.
now it's my understanding he's been away for some time, and I'm sensing some connection here.
Oh.
I'm sensing that you kidnapped him.
Whoa, now. I see, and I'm starting to understand why there's a little bit of amorosity here. Oh, why didn't you just say you were looking for Sullivan Kane? Although I
Not the
do
only
have...
thing we're looking for.
Well, I do have some unfortunate news, if that's who you're looking for. I mean, he's... alive, I think.
Inside check.
Inside check!
I'm inside checking that immediately.
Inside check! Let's go! Yo!
Inside that is 21.
21.
He's lying!
You see, on a 21, there is a curve to his smile. There's a smirk that is not even trying to hide upon his face, upon the mention of Sullivan. There seems to be some kind of light bulb that has gone off in Hypnos's mind at seeing this connection between the four of you and Sullivan Kane. Something that feels, wrong. Makes you feel maybe a little uneasy, But when he says, "Oh, Sullivan Kane," and what he's saying, and he's alive, I think, everything, the words that are coming out of his mouth, you clock them as he seems forthcoming. Like, he seems interested, very interested in this situation that is now, he seems almost excited at the prospect of, seeing this now new connection, but seems to be telling the truth. He goes, he's alive, I think. I mean, at least for now. Sullivan Kane and I, we were working together. Mr. Kane, he caught word in Encore about rumors of a magical item, and I actually myself also caught rumors of a magical item, and we happened to cross paths. Those rumors were true, and we helped one another. We did succeed in finding this magical item, and as you can see, and he gestures down to the dungeon, it was a problem. And I will say above board, this is something all of you know. If you're proficient in Arcana, you'll know deeper information, but generally in the world, in my world, in Homebrew, magical items, the stronger it is, dungeons can form around it. Sure, there are some homemade dungeons of like dwarven dungeons and things like that that are man-made, that people store items there and then get abandoned and stuff like that. But powerful enough magic items can also just shape the world, kind of like how with Nihilix, how he suddenly create, like, there's, that's kind of forming down there with him, and how this barrier's happening. Magical essences that are strong enough can also just create dungeons. People suspect, and historically they assume, because of like a magical's items need to be protected, so just naturally that essence wants to be stored and protected, so dungeons will open up. And so he gestures down to the dungeon. We found it, and I clocked very, very quickly that this was gonna be trouble. Mr. Kane, on the other hand, really wanted to study said item. I told him he should let it go. He did not, and now finds himself in this little predicament. Our original agreement was for the magical item. We were going to share in some regard, but after I saw what it was, I had absolutely no interest in it. And that, I will say, Percy, you did clock maybe a little bit of a lie.
Yeah,
maybe might be, of course, maybe a little interested in it, but he says, I had absolutely no interest in it. Thus, I made a counteroffer. And this does seem to be the truth. I made a counteroffer. He's an alchemist. I said, make me a health potion. Make me this potion. And, I'll go on my merry way. And I advised him to leave that item alone. He did not. Sullivan Kane is on the 3rd floor, at least last I checked. I mean, if you want to go retrieve him, that is not something I would recommend. But, I mean, as far as I know, he's alive, but again, I don't know for how much longer, if you do care about Mr. Kane's well-being.
I'll look at Gemini. Well, it's your call. You dragged us all the way out here in the first place.
Percy.
Now, pardon me, Yvonne, you did not answer
yes, of
the
course.
question.
I didn't want to interrupt. That's very insightful. I appreciate the thorough response. As for our situation, we are working on a way. Well, as you said, we're all kind of trapped in here, in this region.
Yes.
We need magical items to shatter, dispel, remove the barrier keeping us all here. Now we're working with it. I'm not sure if it's in my position to divulge all the information.
We're working
you
with a group in
understand.
quiet.
But we're finding magic items for someone very powerful in Quiet Watch.
Well, that is very kind information.
If you would really like to know, I believe he's using the magic items as a source of, well, magic for himself to shatter the barrier.
That's
It's very complicated.
That is
and
very
I won't lie, I
complicated.
don't always understand it.
And
but
powerful magic to be able to divulge magic items to then use their power to dispel. That would be quite something of a feat for even a truly masterful wizard. But thank you for being forthcoming, Yvonne. I do appreciate this trust.
Trust.
Yes.
You seem adequately trustworthy.
Okay.
Since
we're just making stuff up now, I'm also a unicorn. Now, are we doing this, or are we not?
Well, you might... I don't know if you're... I've met unicorns, Percy, and you'll be happy to know that you're not one.
You'll be happy to know that.
Yeah, I will say... In your act of goodwill, Yvonne, you are the cleric of, clergyman, a man of faith, and good deeds must reward good deeds, as they say. I'm something of a believer in that.
Watch your hair.
Yeah, watch your hair! Yeah, exactly! I think I will, Now, Percy might not be a unicorn, but I am definitely not a halfling. And
definitely a pain in my ass.
You watch as Hypnos's form begins to change. And he gets not too much taller, but you watch as he changes and his body begins to shift. And he becomes standing about 5'5", has this deep brown skin, but you realize that the hair on the halfling skin becomes furry, becomes deeper, blacker fur. And you watch as these curls become thick, ringlet curls that drape over his chest as he begins to rise. And you see this disheveled look dissipates as you see that instead this very nicely formal red vest over a black undershirt that has the sleeves that are cuffed and pulled up to the elbows. And you see that as this creature begins to stand, the bottom half of this creature is also furry, very furry, and hooved. As you see that this kind of almost, like I said, bottom half goat, black fur down to black hooves, and you see that these very long curls kind of coming over him, but you see also too these two pairs of very thick horns. One pair that kind of comes off and curves out and down out of his head, and the others that kind of come up and curl deeper towards his cheeks. And these are coppered colored horns that kind of come out. And you see that Hypnos has this thick mutton chops with these tiny spectacles that have these red tinted glasses. But appears to be this kind of goat-like entity that also has these little pink calla lilies, these very curled up little pink lilies that are kind of in the hair.
Is he a satyr?
He looks very satyr-like. Yes. Is anybody proficient in nature or arcana? Or you're proficient in history. You're also history. Actually, Yvonne, give me a history check. And you're proficient in arcana, Percy? Actually, I'm gonna say this would be history or nature. Are you proficient in nature?
I am proficient in history.
Yeah, give me a history check.
I can try a history check.
Yvonne,
hopefully it's better than a 2.
He looks like a satyr. And to your knowledge of what you know...
That's a 6.
6, okay.
I got 13.
13? To both of you, he looks a little unusual, but he does look... I mean, and this is connected to the Feywild. He looks like a satyr.
Do you know what my favourite type of humour is, Yvonne? Satire. Anyway, shall we, shall we...
Incredible.
Oh boy.
He goes, there. That feels a little better. So he goes and he adjusts a flower that's in his hair. And, like, pushes his little spectacles up a little bit higher. Oh, now, this is... Like I said, I'm not really a halfling either.
No, shot.
But we're building trust. And like I said, this dungeon down below, you can do as you please. You want to get Sullivan Kane, you may. If you want to get my health potion, you may. You want to make a deal with me, you may. But if you need more trust, like I said, down the stairs, keep to the right, go 20 paces, touch the wall.
Will Coriander be with us if we go down?
Coriander is coming with me. So if I go with you, then I guess Coriander goes with you. Otherwise,
You'll
no.
come down with us.
Well, of course. If we make a deal, I'll tell you all where all the traps and dangers are, to my knowledge. And I'm gonna move everybody to here. And on that note, we'll take a little bit of a break.
I don't see what you're trying to imply that we don't already get, because, like, yeah, it's a very powerful magical item, big enough to cause a dungeon. But
right.
That's what he told us, like, up front.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that wasn't the deal. The deal was separate.
Oh,
there you go. There's two items.
Okay, I'm
Right.
still lost. I don't know.
Okay.
Soul's got it.
I get it.
Soul
What
understands.
Cody's saying.
Yeah.
So what Cody's
So he's
saying
double
is that the
crossing us?
magic item, no, maybe, but the magic item that he's promised to us, he just has it some other place, like he has it in his back pocket.
Yes.
The magic item that caused this dungeon is a different one.
Yes.
Is what Cody's getting at.
Oh,
Yes!
I actually genuinely thought we
That's
were
very
doing that.
important. I needed to actually kind of break immersion
I
to tell
thought-
you guys that, because that's a very crucial part of information you guys need.
I thought Cody,
I
I
thought it
thought
was
the
the health
implication was
potion that
that
was
the magic item was caused the dungeon that
Yes.
it's going to give us.
No. Because remember, Percy
I thought that was
used
the
detect
implication.
magic. He doesn't have an item on him.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which is
Yeah.
why it would be in the dungeon.
True, which is fine, which is fair. I just wanted to throw that out there. I just needed you guys to know all information. Because otherwise, I was gonna panic a little bit as a DM. Like, I needed to, like, break immersion above board just for a minute.
You
alas.
ruined the immersion, and for what?
Well, you guys don't have to poke into it if you don't want to. If you want to
Our
continue, and be
sanity.
like, the sanity. If you want to continue and be like, oh, it's this magic item, then sure. But I wanted you guys to understand. That way there wasn't confusion. Like, because I feel like your characters would know this. Like, I feel like your characters would put that together. That's why I'm also saying this, because, like, this isn't a trick that I'm trying to do. Your characters would understand this. Your characters would understand that Hypnos is trying to make you a separate deal than the item that is in this dungeon.
Okay. Okay.
Well, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, like that. I realized at one point that was not clear, and I was like, oh, no. Oh, fuck. I went, wait. So I had to, like, backpedal. So that's really my mistake. That's why I'm laughing. I'm like, oh, fuck. Because you guys found something that I was not even expecting to be a problem. So there.
And yet here
And yet here I am. So that's my bad. So that's why I'm laughing. So I'm like, oh, fuck. So yeah, no. The deal is separate.
Interesting.
There is an item that has created this dungeon.
So
and that's
if
information
we
you
play
need
our
to
cards
know.
right, we may get two very powerful
Correct.
magic items.
There is that option.
You are not
Right, that's what I want you to know. There is that option also. You could be like, I want to take his deal, and then potentially we can also go get Sullivan, we can get two. Or we don't take his deal, and we just go into the dungeon and we get one item. Or we don't go into the dungeon, and we just take his deal anyway, and we get one item. So, or we get no items.
Or we capture him.
Also that. Like I said, there's a lot of options. Like I said, you guys could technically
We
leave
have
here with 2
variety.
items. Or you guys could leave here with just 1 item. Or 0. So, that's... Yeah. That's information I needed you guys to know.
There's a chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance? Okay. Whew. James, are you here?
Okay.
I am.
Did you get that? Did you get all that?
Equally as confused as
Oh,
I
yeah.
am. Yes.
I had a panic. I was like, wait.
Now, I will say, it's hard to give us 10,000 words and then say, read between the lines.
Well, no, I'm just surprised that I'm just like, I mean, that's really my bad, but I was just like, oh, I don't know why I thought that you guys would realize, hey, the strong source of magic is probably stationary and not just floating around with this one guy. So, that's my bad.
I was thinking, I mean, because he is a powerful magician, I was thinking it's probably because of the Kane guy. Sullivan Kane.
Well, Kane's, you know that Sullivan Kane is not a sorcerer. He's an alchemist.
He's a magician.
He's an alchemist.
Oh.
Yeah, he was the potion.
He's an alchemist.
He's a
wasn't he?
potion maker.
Oh,
He was
and
the
you
old
can't,
potion
Which is
master.
a
of
very
town, I
different-
believe.
can't be magical potions. What?
Yeah, potions
it's
are
not-
magical,
it's
correct? Yes.
Different.
But no, potions are magical, so you are correct. He can make magic potions. He is of some. I mean, he can harness magic, but he is not like Griffin. Like, he's not like a sorcerer that has like Griffin's magic, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like,
Griffin was-
and
Griffin
I'm
was
actually,
specific.
I'm not thinking. I guess I'm not thinking that anyway. I'm actually thinking more like he is a powerful magician, and this guy, Hypno, has him captured or something like that. It would have to be a powerful source of magic to be able to contain him.
Yeah.
It's fair.
But yeah, I see that was a stretch.
Well, you just didn't. I mean, I know. I get you. I mean, that could be true, but that could be a lie. You don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was just saying that's what I thought. That
But
was
no,
where
that's
my
a
thought
valid.
pattern-
I mean, no, I think that's totally fair because I mean that could currently be happening. We don't know that. We don't know.
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
There you go. It's a possibility. All right, but wait, is James here? Did we determine if
Yes,
James is
he
here?
is.
Yes.
Oh, hi.
He's here.
Okay,
Hi.
well, welcome back. All right, so we are back here. You guys are at the foot of the dungeon. And like you said, you see that it starts as dirt and then begins to become smooth gray stone. But you do see that there is about a 20-foot staircase going down. And it does lead into darkness.
Nice.
We're gonna have a little break before we head down there because I could do with a short rest. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Folks, just
Uh,
asking, you know.
If you
Sure.
require some rest.
Yvonne's like,
idea.
wait, were you hurt? Yvonne's like, wait, looks.
No, just to replenish my, you know.
I don't think Percy gets any of his stuff back unless he long rests.
He does.
Is it the
He gets
sorcery
his
points?
sorcery points back. Not sorcery
He
points.
does.
No.
No,
He
because I was like,
gets
that's
his,
long rest.
Arcane, he's divine sorcerer, favored by the
Ah,
gods. He gets back.
I get you.
Which
I
you
get
may notice as a DM, I've been relying on quite heavily.
I have noticed. Oh, I've noticed.
So, yes, if you wouldn't mind, a little bit of a short rest, please. It's a tad.
Quit your Britishing.
Just you're Britishing. Percy's become British. Incredible. But yeah, I mean, you're fair to if you want to take a short rest, you can.
Yes, please.
Yeah, you see Hypno just kind of just goes, and just kind of steps off. You just kind of hovers, just steps off to the side. Lets you guys rest for a little bit and also just kind of just
Are
gets
my
comfortable.
feet better yet?
Long rest for the
Ah.
long rest for the feet. Dang it.
I'm still gonna sit down and massage them then.
Fair. You keep massaging the feet. Gotta massage the feet. Need some oil. Need some
They're
lotion.
not quite right, dude.
If only we'd have got some lotion for Mad Brew. got a tonic for that.
Actually, while everyone's resting,
Yes.
20 paces, keep to the right, touch the
Yes.
wall.
Correct.
Is that like literally like
literally 20?
right
When he says
there?
20, overboard, it's like 20 feet. Like you literally go 20
so while
feet in.
everyone just takes it's an hour, right?
Yeah, correct.
Ish, yeah. So while everyone's taking an hour to rest, can Yvonne just look at that at some point?
You can.
Like,
Do you
hey,
cast? I'm
20
assuming you
paces.
cast.
Go
Do you
without us?
cast light?
Yes, I'll cast it on my shield again. It's like
Nice.
right here, isn't it?
Yeah, 20 feet's not too far in.
Yeah. It's you guys are like you can watch me move.
Well, I will say this. That's why I have this right here. They can't see past this point because it goes down. Because like the steps go 20 paces, it goes 20 feet down, and that's why you see like the base of like the hallway of this dungeon, and then you can't see past this because it's too
20
far
feet
in.
down. You mean it's right here?
Yeah, you mean right here where I'm pinging? Same. Yeah, so it's 20 feet down, and then he also says go 20 feet in, like 20 feet once you're down there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is all
No
that they
room
can
for
see.
pedantics with Faye.
You should know this.
Yvonne would at least step down there
Yeah, and you have light.
and just like cast light.
Yeah,
Just have a little.
and
What's
it's
down here?
60 feet, correct?
I think it's 120 actually, isn't it?
No, I think the where you can
no,
cast.
it is not.
Yeah.
It is bright light within 20 feet, dim light within 40 feet. That's 40
Okay, so
feet
40
total.
feet total. Okay, perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
That's what I needed to know. So that is. Could you keep your thing out like right here, if you may? That way I can see the 40 feet. Like if you could just put a line so I don't lose it.
40 feet.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Very helpful. Very, very helpful.
You may not.
You may not. Alrighty. Right. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, James.
I appreciate. There you go. And you see this?
Indeed.
I do.
Nice. Alright, with that, you see, like I said, you cast light on your shield. Everybody's resting just up top. And Yvonne, you think about that, and it's like you're pondering that. Of like, the Fae says to go 20 feet exactly and touch the wall.
20 paces.
20
Yeah.
paces exactly and touch the wall.
And touch. Keep to the right, touch the
Mhm.
wall.
Correct.
I touch the wall and oh my god!
And you get sucked in! And then Yvonne dies. Roll a new character. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I think you find roll a new cleric, please.
Yeah, roll a new cleric. Roll a new
A
cleric.
bard
That would
suddenly
be.
appears from behind you guys.
That would be
I
horrible.
told y'all something terrible was gonna
I
happen.
told you something bad was gonna happen. Why don't you listen to me? All right. With that, let me, as you go over, teehee, you go over and you touch the wall as you keep to hit the light, and as soon as you get down here, Yvonne, it's eerily quiet. Like, you hear the nightlife, start to come alive up top where you guys are resting, the crickets and some of the, just the kind of like the ambiance of the night. The second you step down here, it was like this kind of creaking silence. As you do see that the whole, like the ceilings are about 15 feet up, but all the walls and the ceiling, the floor is all made of like this very smooth, gray stone. Cobblestone, but the smooth kind of gray cobblestone that's kind of all over. And you remember 20 paces, keep right, touch the wall. And you go forward 20 paces, and you go over and you start touching the wall, and then you feel suddenly your arm kind of go as suddenly one of the rocks kind of slides into the wall, and then suddenly you watch as the wall then begins to open. And I will hopefully I align this properly, but you'll see that if I can get, hang on, let me get the right thing here. There you go.
Oh,
As you see
very nice. I like that.
as you see a full
cool.
as you see a full wall then begin to that opens up, and you see that there is inside there's a small room that opens up, and you remember him saying there's a small room that will help you on your journey through the dungeon. And he said that he said he was something of good faith to say. But yeah, you do see that this room opens up. When you look at it, when you're looking in with the light, it seems bare from where you're standing. It doesn't really seem anything particular.
It's all in bright light. Interesting.
Do you step in?
Yvonne, what do you see?
You hear Yvonne, you hear nothing.
Great.
Yeah, great.
Without
I guess we'll
any
wait to hear back
outside-
from Yvonne. Then,
You do not hear from the outside. As soon as you stepped
Yvonne
down,
would just-
you heard just a weird kind of humming ambiance from this dungeon, but no real extreme sound. Just a lot of silence.
Yvonne would just poke his head in and be
Okay.
like, "Hello."
Okay. Yeah, you poke your head in, and I'm going to ask, are you proficient in Arcana?
No.
Okay. You step in a little bit. You step into that little entryway, the little tiny little nook of a hallway, and you kind of look around. Still seems bare. Nothing happens.
Interesting. Yvonne, is this room literally empty? As far as I can see.
As far as you can see, it is literally empty. You see the cold gray stone of the dungeon.
Come on, Gemini. Let's go. Let's see what he's up to.
Mm.
Lead on, Gemini. I'll be right behind you.
Yvonne would just step into the center of this little chamber here.
Yep,
like,
hold
looking
up,
around.
Percy. You better wait. You better wait. Yvonne, you step into the room. And as soon as you step into the room, beneath your feet, a sigil begins to glow. And you watch as a strange, like, kind of like a circle sigil that was on the bottom of the ground of this flooring lights up. This kind of very slight hum of, like, this kind of light neon blue magic kind of comes up, and you feel it wash over you for a moment. And you just feel like the little bit of a buzz for a moment, and then it dissipates. But now that you see where the light goes away, but now that when you're looking, now that you saw where it came up from, you can kind of see these kind of darker lines, these kind of like more darker kind of sigil stones that are kind of in, drawn in of this part of the dungeon. But nothing happens other than that.
Do I know what any of this means?
Give me an Arcana check. But I will say that the DC is high because you're not proficient.
Yeah. So what does it mean?
Oh, so good.
So you just tell him, right?
Fucking incredible.
You just tell him now.
Yes.
Insane. I love it. With a natural
Sounds
20.
clear to me.
With a natural 20. You, even without being proficient, this is it's uncanny because you're not a wizard, but you've heard about, you've heard of wizardry and their ways and rituals and just different, the mannerisms of just the run-of-the-mill wizards. This, you are dead certain, even though you were unskilled, you're like, this is a teleportation circle.
Oh, okay.
Straight up. It's strange because the way that it interacted, it seems to be automatic. Like, it seemed to be active. Like, as soon as you stepped on it, it activated. But you didn't go anywhere. But you didn't necessarily go anywhere. But you feel like, wait, if this is a teleportation circle, there must be others.
would I think this is the exit of a teleportation circle?
You would think, and I'm just going to tell you straight up, above board, you would think of this like your mind pieces together that you're like, huh, I think I just found a fast travel point.
Oh boy.
Well, that is a very interesting way to phrase that.
Think of it like
First
that.
of all,
You think it's inactive,
First
or
of
you
all.
think if we're in your ways with a natural 20, you think it's inactive because this is the only one you found.
I don't like the implication that this place would need a fast travel circle.
Right.
Having said that,
Uh-huh.
that is very interesting.
Uh-huh.
I will now be walking away.
I will now be walking away. I now want no part of this, and I'm going to leave. Fantastic. You walk away?
But with that, I will return to the party at this point.
All right. You return to the party. As, you know, you
Guys,
see...
you won't believe this.
Yeah, you won't believe what does that... You see Hypnos just goes, find anything interesting, Yvonne?
I have. I don't think it works right now. A
You're
follow-up
right.
question.
It does not work right now. Or,
Yeah.
not here, anyway.
How big is this dungeon exactly?
Well, last I checked, there was 3 floors.
Yeah, but is this gonna be like, excuse me, is this, how do I say, a few hours of dungeoning or a few days of dungeoning?
Oh,
I don't like the
well.
implication of what I found down there, if it's just to this area.
Well, yeah, I hate to tell you this, Yvonne, but I don't think you'll like this implication in my answer. I don't think this dungeon would allow for a few days. It's pretty treacherous.
I see.
It's even...
Oh,
I'm
well,
even surprised Mr. Kane has survived a few days.
I'll take that as reassuring. Oh yeah, guys. So
Yeah, okay, so well, look what I found. Yeah.
I'll just tell you guys straight up.
Yeah.
You know the gist of it.
Teleporter, eh?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I've never used one in person, but
I'm surprised you even knew what it was. How did you discover
me
this?
too.
You're like, well, it's kind of hard to miss a giant circle that's got a star and got little, you know. I just
I mean,
assumed
it's not
it's
as
a
if you,
teleportation.
It's not as if you
Yeah,
stepped
you-
on it by accident and then nothing happened and you jumped to that conclusion, was it, Yvonne? No. It's not as if you have
It'd be really
a
strange
master
if
of the arcane arts in your party that could obviously decipher the meaning behind this
Beautiful.
sigil. It's fine. Next time, no,
Beautiful.
carry
You
on
know,
wandering. No,
it's
you carry
almost
on
as
wandering
if-
forward. It's fine.
No, it's almost as if it came to me in a dream.
Gemini, I'll be dealing with traps. Gemini, you can deal with smashing people's faces in. Agamemnon, you'll be the one studying all strolls from now on. Nothing matters anymore.
Nothing matters anymore.
I like how you just.
Percy's like, I'll
I
start
like how you
smashing things
told
with
the
swords.
ranger.
All bets
Any
are
You're
off.
strength
telling the
check?
ranger you'll take care of the traps.
Any
Yeah.
strength checks? I've got this in the bag, don't worry.
It's opposite day. It's opposite day, guys.
Percy wants to have a look at this. Like, he wants to have a look at it. He wants,
Yeah. Yeah, I will say you are trained in Arcana. You do. I'm gonna say you do not need to roll
and
because
everything Yvonne said was right, wasn't it?
correct.
Yeah.
And you're like, gosh dang it. But Percy,
Yeah.
you're looking at this, and this is very particular in high magic. You think this is part, like, you don't think... I mean, if somebody put this here, that would be a feat. But you're wondering if this is part of the dungeon itself, if this dungeon might be intensely magical in some way. and you do recognize it as conjuration magic. You do realize that this is in some way a teleportation circle in some form. And if that's true, and you also step on it and it glows, and it becomes this light blue neon energy, and it glows and it lights up, and you feel that tingling and buzz, and then it dissipates. Being proficient in Arcana, you do also come to the same conclusion as Yvonne, that, oh, well, it's not working because this must be this is the first floor. So if there's 3 floors, well, this is the top. This is the top floor. This is the end point. It would be incredibly difficult, but it does cross your mind that you think it is possible to reverse engineer it.
Ooh.
Oh.
If you wanted to reverse it to, instead of it taking you up, to instead take you down. You don't think it's supposed to take you down. You think this dungeon is supposed to take you up to get out.
Percy is going to do everything he can to prove he's better at Arcana than Yvonne. Percy is not letting this fly. He's going to try.
I will say, this is a hard check.
So sad.
This is a DC 27 Arcana check.
Oh.
Sure.
You got this, Percy.
It is possible. You can do it. You are proficient in Arcana. You also have expertise in Arcana.
And I can re-roll a d20 if I want to as
And you
well.
can
I still have 3
And
of
it is
those
an Arcana,
left.
and it is an Arcana check, so you could technically use it to reroll.
Yeah. Sure, why not? That's the
Sure.
worst that can happen.
This is what I'm gonna spend doing.
Hey, Yvonne, you were so nearly right.
I
about
will
that.
also
It's not
warn-
teleportation, it's conjuration, not teleportation. You get the terms right in the sort of
terms right.
particular fields. Okay?
Poor Percy needs a nap. Percy needs like a nap and some coffee.
All right.
I will say and warn you,
Yeah.
because of the trickiness of this magic, like I said, the DC is a 27 to succeed, you do think there would be bad implications should maybe perhaps you roll a natural 1.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Oh, no.
saying
I
that.
just
You
wanted
just
to warn
immediately
you.
turned a miss.
I just wanted
I'm
to
going to
warn you.
I'm going to say, Yvonne, guys, can you just stand here and watch the mask teleport if you don't mind? Just, I think I can make this go down rather than, be the end point. I think I can do it. But I want you here, just in case something goes wrong. Guys,
For that hold my
Please.
beer moment.
Well, it's funny. Well, I think it's funny because unless people have come down to the dungeon, nobody hears Percy. You have to.
okay, guys.
There you go. Yeah, okay, yeah. We'll say that they heard. Yeah, and then you go back down. There you go.
Listen. Okay,
Fantastic.
Yvonne,
What?
You-
Oh,
really
you?
correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I want everyone here because I think I can make it go down rather than up, but I kind of want the cleric nearby.
I want
just in
everyone.
case.
I just want to note. I want everyone to be very, very careful about where they step.
Yep.
Because if you traverse this
shit.
dungeon,
Oh,
I will
sorry,
tell
sorry,
you
sorry.
if something
Sorry,
happens.
sorry.
Yeah. You can stand there. I'm just saying. Be careful. Playing with fire.
Oh, shit.
So ready for this roll.
TPK.
I'm so
TPK.
ready for this roll. Let's see it. 27. You can do it. Come on. Come on, Percy. Let's go, Percy.
Yes.
Let's go, Percy. Oh, let's go, Percy!
Yeah.
Let's go, Percy!
29.
Let's go, Percy!
Yes, you did it.
Fantastic!
Yes, you did.
Percy sort of like fletches his
Ain't no
fingers.
thing.
Ain't no thing.
Fletches his fingers and does his little sort of like, okay, let's get this right. And then sort of just everyone else looks at him and goes, why is he doing interpretive dance? It's his method.
Ah.
You cannot
You watch
cannot
suddenly
set the method.
as this magic flares bright as Percy focuses their arcana on it. And Gemini, since you're standing there, you watch the whole, you're like, it's almost blinding how bright this light becomes throughout the whole room. Percy, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Of course you want to do that.
Of course you would.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
good. That's good.
24.
That is a success. That is a success. So instead, you will take. It's not too bad.
Only 90 points of damage.
You'll take only 4 points of force damage. As you realize that you succeed, but unfortunately, like it goes like as you're going through, you feel the pain of like reverse engineering it as you're forcing down magic in a way that it's not meant to go. But then you do whoosh, suddenly find yourself, and you're like, as you feel like it hurts a little bit all over, but then you find yourself suddenly in another small room with an entrance that is closed, and there is no Gemini. But you find yourself in a small room.
The last thing Gemini hears is, "Oh my god, I can't believe I did it." And then that's it.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what Gemini. You just see the bright light, and Percy is gone. That's what you see.
Can I immediately use it to go up?
Do you try?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You really should have thought about that.
Listen, what goes up must come down and vice versa, okay?
You do a little jump, like, and you hear your feet on the stone.
Yes.
Nothing. Another little jump. Nothing.
Oh no.
And then suddenly the lights flare up, and you're able to, and you're able to go back.
Okay,
And you're able to go up with no problem.
We're taking another break. I can't do it. I can't.
I think we're good for tonight. You know, it's just
so unfair. That's just not cool, man.
But you
that
do
is
go
so
up, and
mean.
going up, there's no problem. There's no force damage. There's no nothing. But you think now that you reverse engineer it, you think people can, you think you would be able to maybe get your friends through, but you do know going down would cause a little bit of some pain. Going up does not, but going down does.
Cool. In that case, I pop out and I say, "Okay, Yvonne, care to explain what I just did? Thank you very much. Yeah, care to explain what I just managed to achieve for the rest of the party, if you don't mind, just,
Let's go, Percy.
taking the reins on this discussion." No, it's fine. Don't worry, I've got this. So what I did was, through the mastering of the arcane arts and my knowledge and the twisty, timey-wimey magical thing.
Honestly, I prefer this Percy. Honestly, I like Happy Percy. I like Happy Percy. That's like, yes, look at my magic.
Do a line of coke.
Yes.
Fire a car. Now you're trying to explain how you did it.
Yes, that's Percy.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's Percy. Gosh dang it! I love it.
This is the first time he's felt useful in a long time. Okay?
I love it. I love it.
It's like, okay, that's what I did. We can go down with a slight damaging thing. So, be strong of spirit and,
So that is an option. You do now have a new path that is open to you. That is true.
We don't have to.
I will say. Oh wait, Gemini's down here. Gemini, you have also. Yvonne still has light, but Gemini, you have dark vision.
And what's over here? Yes, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I will say that you do see Gemini in the darkness. You do see that there is like the hallway that keeps going down. There are 2 doors that are on either side here. But then also the wall stops. And there are 2 doors. And then there's also this room.
Okay, so I would tell everybody, hey, there's 2 doors down here.
So now you guys have, but you guys got multiple pathways to traverse now.
Interesting.
And I will say too, you would know. I feel like you would have felt it. I mean, you're skilled, Percy, and you would know that took you to the 2nd floor. You don't think you fell far enough to go to floor 3 with that one, but you think you went whoop and you went down to floor 2.
Yeah, so we can go floor 2, and then we can probably do it again, go floor 3. However, we'll be taking damage each time.
Is it?
So, I'm not going to say, it's more of a, it's just something I needed to prove to myself that I still had, the talents and the skills. So it's not necessarily something I would say that we need to take. However, if the pathway ahead proves too difficult, then we could essentially cheat.
Well, what do we think about this?
I'm
Stairs to
fine
the
to follow
left,
his.
stairs to the right. Which chair do you want to pick?
I'm fine to go down the corridor.
I mean, the guy we're looking for is on the second floor, right?
The potion
floor.
is on the second floor. Sullivan Kane is on the third
Potion's on
floor.
the second.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
okay.
Correct.
Interesting. Interesting. Many suggestions?
I love
say
the
we
party
follow
just
the
huddled
corridor.
there, in the side of the dungeon, like, so guys.
I say we can follow the corridor.
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 Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Is this the marching order?
Sure.
Before we leave, I'd sort of like pop outside.
Mm-hmm.
If Thingamajig is still there.
Yep. No, this is
You know
still
that you
there.
know when someone who wants to know that they see them, like I do the two fingers pointed at my eyes, and then I point back at theirs, and I pop back down.
As you're about to pop back down, Percy, Hypnos just goes, I do truly wish you good luck down there, but I would just be careful not to get killed.
I can't hear you downstairs. Sorry.
Oh yeah, we didn't make a deal with him.
Nope.
Right.
Yeah, so he's
No,
like, he's still chilling
no,
up there,
he's
and he's
not.
like, you can go down there without his guidance, but he's just saying, if you do, that's on your own regard.
If you want.
If you want.
It's entirely up to you guys. Do you want to strike a deal? Do you want to strike a deal?
You can continue. I mean, it's up to you. You guys can come back and strike a deal. You can continue down the corridor
that's
and be
up
like,
to you, but
we're
I'm
bold.
not giving him my hair.
I ain't giving my hair.
Percy, I don't think you should give him any of your hair or any sort of bodily part.
I ain't giving up my hair. Girl.
It ain't okay.
Uh-oh.
Keep your DNA. Keep
Keep
it.
the DNA. The DNA is important. Do not give up the DNA.
Wait, do they just want hair?
Yep.
Did I miss something?
Yeah. Well, hair
Well, I mean, hair
to
is
confirm
the
as
deal.
Not
yeah.
any hair, your hair.
Yeah, hair to confirm that you will keep up your end of the bargain.
As collateral.
As
Yeah.
collateral. Do you want to
Yeah.
make a deal? Your party seems pretty set on going along. You guys seem pretty capable. I'm just saying that,
One second, guys. Do you want a deal? Or not? Sorry, 1 second, guys. Do you want a deal?
That literally is how it is. They're like, you step up, you can hear. You step down, you can't hear. It's a very weird experience, Percy.
Yvonne, I don't want to be mean, Yvonne, but like your hair has really not been great for the last few weeks. And
Do not.
Oh, well, thank you.
Long hair.
Gemini's like,
you've had twigs in there that have started to sprout, so
Bruh.
you have no hair.
Percy,
Yes.
Percy. If you're even considering making a deal with him and giving him your hair, that's one thing. But do not give him Yvonne's hair or talk Yvonne into it.
I would
Did
never
this
dream
guy
of such
hurt you, Gemini?
dream of doing such. Yvonne, listen up, mate. It's just hair, okay? Literally just hair. You don't need to worry about it. Just hair. It's just hair. It's just
I
hair.
mean,
It's just
Yeah,
hair.
you didn't.
Sorry, Gemini. This is not about you. Sorry. Just.
Percy, I will fight you.
Gemini
If
will
you
fight
take
you.
one lock of his hair, I will fight you.
It's like, I will hunter's mark you and run you down to the ends of the world.
I mean, Percy, you don't really ask. I would, but are we making a deal with him or?
Well, I don't know. Just. Sorry, 1 second. I honestly don't know which.
Just one moment.
Wouldn't it be stupid to say no?
Maybe. Would it?
Wouldn't it be stupid to say yes, though?
You raise a valid point.
Gemini, do
Sorry.
you lead down the corridor, or do you
Yeah,
do not?
yeah, we'll go. I just say sorry.
All right.
We could have off the Madame Emon's hair. He's not got any. So.
That's why you said nails for Agamemnon.
Yeah, I've never seen you trim your nails before.
Whoa! One at a time. Everybody back up.
Yeah.
Everybody back up. You guys better be going one square at a time right now.
Yes, we
Or
are.
tell me what pathway you're taking before you just jump everywhere.
Can I?
Gotcha.
Can we search for like arcane? Can I search for arcane traps if I'm in the lead, maybe?
Sure.
Or next to yeah.
Sure.
Gemini, do you mind if I just check ahead for traps, if that's okay?
Yes.
I will
please
say,
do.
yeah. And you guys have light for, what is it, 40? Gemini can see farther, but you guys can
Yes.
see about here.
40 feet.
Yeah. You guys don't
what
see the
check-
doors.
What check would you like me to roll, DM? Investigation? or
Yeah, give me an
perception?
investigation check, if you don't mind, please.
Wait, what?
Pow.
That is a 23.
23. Yo, let's go. You are looking where you can see. It does
Yeah.
appear to be like just, down, because you can see like, kind of pretty much right here. You can tell that right here and right here looks a little sus. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to move that.
Good.
Yeah, sorry. And then suddenly it comes alive. No, okay. No. But you see that there looks to be like the cobblestone on the ground looks a little off-centered. Like you think you see pressure plates here and here.
Pressure plates! 4 o'clock northeast and southeast 9 o'clock, I think. Is that how you talk? I don't know. Yeah, I point them out.
Yeah.
So that we can leave a marker on them. So
Easy
that we can
peasy.
avoid them.
I'll do you one better.
Oh. Oh, we're playing Minesweeper now. I love it.
Yes! Welcome to Minesweeper.
Pressure plate.
You
12
think
o'clock.
those
30
might
feet.
be pressure plates.
Okay.
Gemini, they're pressure plates. Please don't step on them. So can we move up to... Where does Yvonne's light stop? Sorry, you say it was 40.
Yes, 40 feet.
So we can go to we can go up to here, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll go... Yeah, I'm fairly confident that we can move forward up until there.
Gemini, do you lead the charge?
I do all the way to here.
Gemini, what's your passive perception?
Yeah.
Yeah.
36, right?
36, yeah. 45, yeah.
15.
15. You do notice, like I said, because Percy has pointed out these pressure plates. You notice as you're walking, along the walls here and here appear to be small little grooves in...
Where was the first place?
Where are the pins, sorry?
I'll show you. Here. And here. Along the walls, towards the... About... Small holes are in the wall, about at waist height and ankle height. As you see a couple of small holes that are there in the wall itself. That seem a little odd.
Okay. Well,
They're about waist height and ankle height.
and they just seem odd.
To you, I mean, you're a ranger. You're like, this is a trap of some kind.
There's the trap. Yeah.
Like, usually, you're not really sure the nature of... I mean, do you want to give me an investigation check? See if you can see the
Yes.
exact...
Yeah, oh,
but,
yes,
like,
yes, yes.
classically, this kind of almost looks like what you read about in dungeons of, like, oh, arrows shooting out of the walls. Like, it kind of looks like that. Smaller, though. I mean, you're like, arrows don't really look like they could fit through there. But it does think... You think of that. You think of that. You think trap.
I'll try to investigate it. I'm not very good at that, but we'll see what happens.
Yo.
Okay. 20.
You get
Unnatural 20.
You get close to it. You get close enough to it, and you start feeling along the wall. You don't feel over it, but you just touch the wall nearby, like not in front of it, but just around it, and you feel there's a temperature difference. The wall closest to these holes feels very hot. And you come to the conclusion that you're like, oh, you think that there is a fire trap here of some kind.
Oh.
And there doesn't appear to be pressure plates here. So it's, I would say with a natural 20, you think these are motion triggered.
Oh. Okay. I guess I would tell the group
Mm-hmm.
that my suspicions are that there's a fire trap.
Fire trap. A
Yeah.
fire
Fire!
trap.
Fire!
Flashbacks
Fire?
to Aulamon.
Oh, yeah.
Flashbacks to Percy's not happy at all.
Fire trap.
Yeah.
Dangerous. Treacherous. This
Sure.
dungeon. You were told. Yeah, you think Allegorn for a moment.
Mm.
So how do we get past it then? Can we disable it?
I don't
Percy
believe
did
your
go for
party
it.
is in hands of thieves' tools.
Well, I'm carrying a quill and parchment, thank you very much. They could be used for many more things other than just, writing.
You don't think your quill will be able to
No, I
disable
don't think...
You think your quill might melt.
Can I jab a spear at it and just see what happens?
You go to jab a spear in it? Well, you see that there are... Well, I will say... Let me describe that there are, like, on each side, there's, like, 4 holes. There's 2 down at ankle height on one side and 2 at waist height. And on the opposite side, there's also 2 at waist height and 2 at ankle height.
Okay.
So they're like small holes.
I waft the spear, like, in the empty space. Not touching the stone, but just wafting the spear in the empty space. Does
You
it
waft the
trigger
spear.
it?
As soon as you
In the
waft the
empty
spear,
space.
as soon as you waft the spear in the space, fire out of the holes whoosh, shoots and juts out on both sides. I do need you to make me a Constitution saving throw because your hand is technically with the spear.
Oh. Oh no.
But you're not directly in it.
13?
13. Okay, well you're not directly in it, so I'll be a little kinder. You take 2 points of fire damage.
Force and fire. Any more F damage you'd like to throw at me today?
Let me think about it.
Fiendish damage.
Fiendish
maybe?
damage, yeah. Fey damage, yeah. Yeah. But you do see,
Okay,
but
guys.
but you do notice, and Gemini, it does confirm it. As soon as Percy does the spear, it is motion triggered. As soon as the spear passes over the holes and his arm passes over, the fire triggers,
Motion.
and then dissipates as soon as Percy pulls back the spear. The fire dissipates.
I'm assuming the spear is ruined.
It's a little charred, but I won't say it's ruined. I'm going to say it's still usable. Actually, you know what? I'm going to be mean. But roll a d20 check for the spear. No, it's fine. It's very charred, but it's doable. It's still feasible. It still holds up. It's sturdy. It's just blackened. You have one blackened spear in your inventory.
One spear in brackets B.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
That's
the
going to
little
confuse me
star.
later on, I think. Okay, so what I'd like to do is as well is, can I take my crossbow
Yes.
and stand it a little bit further back and fire a bolt through,
Ooh.
and then see if basically what I'm trying to do, is there a delay in it being activated and then
I will
something
say-
else going through?
I will say there is not a delay. You fire a crossbow bolt, as soon as it passes over and it's within range, flame comes up once it gets within range. The crossbow bolts are too, like, I don't think even the dexterity of Gemini, like the holes are too small to shoot crossbow bolt arrows into. Plus the arrows would melt.
Yeah, no, it's just more seeing if there was if I fire one bolt. And then
You do notice, I will say with your intelligence, you do notice, like I said, it fires at ankle and waist height.
Yeah.
And there's about the ceilings are about 15 feet high, and they do seem to be motion triggered, but they're not like the whole like it's not like a wall of fire that you guys are seeing. It is just coming out at the waist and at the ankles.
Can Agamemnon boost you over, Gemini, and see if there's... Can I do a perception check to see if there's like any triggers over that side that look like it would deactivate it?
Give me a perception check.
Yeah, that'll do it. Well, unnatural 20. Does I need to get +1 to perception? I did not think about that.
You see, unnatural 20. That it's strange because there doesn't seem to be any mechanisms. You do see that the walls, because your guys' passive perceptions are so high, I just went ahead and revealed the doors. But you do notice the doors they're hard to see. They're not like truly doors that kind of stand out. They're almost like part of the wall itself, but you realize that it is in fact a door on both sides. And then you just see this, like I said, it just kind of comes down to a dead end. But you don't see any like over here, you don't see any levers or switches that you can see from
nothing
here.
Or... No. Well, folks, I'm sure for the more dexterous of you, we can, like, you know, get Agamemnon to throw us over. Actually, where is Agamemnon, to be honest?
Agamemnon, you step into the room, it glows, this nice neon blue, and then it dissipates. And then he's gone. Yeah. It doesn't take you anywhere, but it glows. Unless you, I mean, do you try to go to the second floor? Do you try to go to the second floor, Agamemnon?
Just looking.
I'm just looking. I'm just looking just in case.
Agamemnon, can you throw Gemini over, do you think?
I'm pretty tall.
Yeah.
About waist height.
Throw Percy over first.
Gemini's like, do not pick me up.
I've taken fire damage and I have been battered by force.
Good for you. Gemini doesn't get thrown. You get thrown.
In that case, Gemini, why don't you go donate your hair for a worthy cause?
I love you too, Percy.
We quit messing around and just use our AC and walk through this fire.
Yo! Do you walk through the fire, Agamemnon?
Are you immune to fire damage?
No, not at all.
No!
Please don't do that. Please don't do that.
Do you do that, Agamemnon? Do you just try to run across as quickly as you can?
I'm standing here thinking about it seriously.
Agamemnon's like, I'm an athlete. Agamemnon's like, I'm an athlete. I have such good speed.
Voice of reason, please. Yvonne, please.
Incredible.
So it's a fire trap, right?
Correct. Yes.
First of all, Cody, safe.
Yes. Safe, yes. Yeah.
It's like, first of all.
First of all.
I have a solution to this.
Okay.
I just wanted to see what you guys were doing.
Yvonne's just like, I've had the solution the whole time, but I was just waiting.
Oh, you're waiting to the point where Agamemnon was going to walk through fire. Okay.
Well, there's a few solutions. There's a few solutions to this.
Can you whack it with your spiritual weapon?
Yes.
Create, destroy water.
Yes.
Is that an acceptable solution?
I don't know, Yvonne. Why don't you try and
what
find
is
out,
the...
Yvonne?
What are you trying to find out, Yvonne? Let me look. I believe yes, but here's the thing. Create or destroy water. Would it help? Yes, because it is a 30-foot cube of range and can create water.
Create up to 10 gallons of clean water within range. Alternatively, the water falls as rain is in the 30-foot cube. You just said that? Yes.
Yep. And it does and it lasts for it. I will say this is the problem. You think? Yes.
It's just one big splash of water.
It is one sudden splash of water. You think the logistics of this is, guess what? It's not fire, which is probably good, but it would be hot steam. Which wouldn't hurt as much if you're quick as full fire.
That would actually be worse.
It would still hurt, but it wouldn't, if you're fast, hot steam, it wouldn't be, you think it would help. You think it could help. If you're fast, you think it would help. You think the damage would not be as much, but The casting time is 1 action and it's instant. So, you would also have to be casting that 4 times.
That's true, and I don't have the slots for that, actually.
Hey, Yvonne,
Right.
why don't we just put that in the maybe pile?
But you do think
What's
it would
next
help.
on
In a
your
pinch, if we're stuck and we can't think of anything else, that would work.
I would say that if we're stuck and can't think of anything else, let's just take the elevator down.
Question.
Yes.
One more question.
Yes.
Is the fire coming from like a vent?
Holes.
From
in the
what
wall,
you
I
can
think.
see, no. It just comes from the holes that are in the wall. There are 2 holes. There's technically
I
4
see.
on each side. There's 2 at waist, 2 at ankle, and on the other side, 2 at waist and 2 at ankle.
I have questions too.
Yes.
How high is the ceiling?
15 feet tall.
Is there anything on the ceiling at all?
It's smooth stone.
Smooth stone.
I'm getting the feeling of this, and I'll put this in the.
I think Agatha is about to bolt.
This is what I'm feeling.
Yeah,
This is-
fuck around and fuck.
This is.
Fuck
this is in
more,
my
you're
head.
gonna fuck down, as you can see.
I have a rope.
I love it.
I've got 3 sets of ropes happening. And what's your point?
If we could connect into the ceiling somehow, we could swing over this thing.
Well, you think Agamemnon? You think it's a viable? What was it? Percy? Whoever suggested? You're like, well, I could technically throw someone. You'd have to make a check, but you do think you could toss somebody over. The only problem is the last person that's left. But you're like, I'm strong enough to throw people over. But then you're like, can I make the jump?
I
I don't suppose Agamemnon stole a ladder at any point.
Yeah,
did he?
he's just the ladder. Yeah, he's like, can we just have a ladder, guys? Can we have a ladder?
let me see what I got here.
We're overthinking it. It has to be simple. Otherwise, this is so stupid. Right, I have. No, I don't nothing.
You guys can come up with these are great ideas. I mean, these guys can come out with great ideas.
I could ice bomb the entire thing, and maybe freeze the entrance
Eh?
holes.
Hell yeah.
I still have an ice bomb. We could probably do that with.
Yeah.
Wouldn't we slip on the ice and just be stuck in the fire?
Well, what about
stuck in fire.
Yvonne, think about it, old friend, old buddy, old pal.
But just jump as soon as the fire, and then you
freeze
jump.
the slot,
Hopefully.
we freeze the openings, and then what we do is that we take a running start and we slide across the ice.
Yes, penguin slide. I love it.
We don't need to keep our
Oh my
footing. We
God.
just slide across the ice.
I love that so much. Penguin slide
Agamemnon
across the ice.
Agamemnon should push us across and then he just throws himself across. That's an option, potentially. There will be a one-way
Another
trip.
option. Here's another option.
Uh-huh.
I'll pull out the rope of connections, snap it in half, hand you half of it, I push all of you across, and then I connect it.
Yes.
While holding the other half, and it'll pull me to you.
So you want to push us through.
On you.
You want to push us through, set off the fire, and then push someone else through the fire, or wait until the fire stops and then.
I just want to push somebody out the window of a burning building.
I have a feeling that this is a fantasy of yours. Yes.
I know, it's like, I need my fireman fantasy, please.
You've put a lot of
I
thought
really-
into this.
All right.
Trying here.
And the fact that you're still wearing your red and black Dragon's Feast t-shirt as well. Still
Yes,
makes
exactly.
it-
Fireman. I'm one of the volunteer firemen. Incredible.
I even have on this huge red paper mache dragon head mask.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
I should
Okay.
probably take that off since we're dealing with fire.
I would recommend it. Yes.
Probably.
So
I'll
okay.
take that off.
So let me run this by everyone. We have Yvonne, who is willing to use his spiritual weapon to smack the stone and cause enough damage. We also have him able to create water, which is useful for 2 people. And will still
Gemini.
take damage.
Gemini.
Yeah.
Percy, continue. But Gemini, I need you to make me an investigation check.
Then we have Agamemnon, who wants to
I'm
push
terrible
people
at that
through.
one.
Agamemnon wants to push people through, vault over, pull people on a rope, swing over. And then we have me, who wants to ice bomb the entire thing and then slide across like penguins. Or
11.
we can. Gemini, are you okay? You're a little bit cross-eyed. Are you good?
11. I'll say
I'm
it.
good.
I'm gonna say it occurs to you on 11 because it's natural to you. It's too bright in here. You think, you feel exposed. You feel, you're used to being in the forest, with hiding and hidden in the darkness, and
Yeah.
it occurs to you that you're like, you've watched the spear being pushed over, waved in front of the thing, and it does trigger. It does activate even inanimate objects. In complete darkness, technically, you are invisible to the naked eye. You wonder if this mechanism also would think you are invisible.
Oh.
Okay, so we've got my ideas. Yvonne, we need more light. We need more ways of thinking.
We just can't see where's the platform? There's got to be a trigger button, something somewhere.
Something. Yvonne, can you create more light in any way?
This is the best I can manage right now.
It's the best that you can manage. Okay, Gemini, you're still looking cross-eyed. You good? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Feel free to jump in any time,
We got ice bombs. We got water. We got lots.
You see on the wall that Percy's been scrawling with the chalk that he has.
I imagine Percy is just like, what is it from, like Pepe Sylvia, the Charlie Day.
That's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
This is like we gotta do something.
Yeah. But feel free, Gemini. Any time.
Okay. Well,
Gemini's just silent. Just thinking.
Just Percy with the chalk poised over the wall, like listening intently, like yes.
Like what?
Yeah.
I love it.
I'm not going. No.
It's like, no, I can't do it. I don't want to. I can't. I'm not strong enough. And also, if we need to, if we're stuck on the firewall situation, we could technically end the session here, and we can come.
Wait
back.
a minute.
We need a week to think about this.
I know. I'm trying to think of what to
Wait
do.
a minute.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Don't do it. No.
No.
I know what you're thinking. Don't do it. Don't do it.
No.
We're gonna
We're
play
all
hopscotch with the
to
traps.
go away in a gigantic fire. No.
I like the way
If I
that
trigger all the traps,
Agamemnon.
maybe it'll loop
And you're
back
not
over and trigger none of the
Looking
traps.
at the trigger plate, like, maybe. What if? There's guys, hear me out. There's 2 plates. Hear me out. There's 2 walls.
Just,
Uh,
there's just
well,
evil
and
like
it's,
that.
and it's only waist and ankle high, right?
Correct.
So why can't we just jump over it?
Correct. Well, I mean, it's like you can throw people over it. You can try to jump over it yourself, but that would be a harder check. But yes, you can try to just vault over it.
Yeah, I would do that.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
You guys just jump.
Yay! Fire!
Fire!
Hey.
Oh,
Go on,
fuck.
Agamemnon. Come on, let's see it. Let's
Do
see
you
it.
try
Come on.
yourself to go over, or do you throw somebody over? Let me
Is
ask
it-
this question.
And is it what kind of a check would it be?
Acrobatics.
Oh, not athletics?
No, this is a dexterity trying to jump
I hate
over
everything.
fire.
Fine.
I really hope the solution to this is just the sensor to the trap is like a foot off the ground, so you just step over it. Literally.
Yes.
No, we've already confirmed with the spear that anything wafted in midair is
Yep. Mid-air
Instantly
wafting.
incinerated.
Don't put your hand right here.
Yep.
These numbers mean something. I mean, that's
Do you try one of I don't know, do you try one of the pressure
God,
plates?
guys, you're embarrassing us in front of the god.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, God person. Hi.
Yes,
If you're still here, God person,
Oh my god.
so just
Yes.
just for a bit of fun.
He looks over his spectacles at you.
Just for a little bit of fun, like if you were to say, if you came across, some fire, something like that, just.
Well, then you should be
How-
thankful you got any hair left to maybe reconsider our deal. If you wanted some hair.
One second. He's still on about the hair, guys. He's still very much.
I love it. I love it.
Hold on. There's gotta be a solution here. There's gotta be something we're missing here.
I mean, no, do you try or do you not try? I'm just asking for clarification.
if I try to jump over it.
Yeah, well, do you try to jump over it, or you were looking at the pressure plates before, so I didn't know if you were doing the pressure plates, I didn't know if you were jumping over it, I didn't know what you were doing.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pressure plates. I'm counting 4 pressure plates. 1, 2, 3, 3, and I see 4 of us.
Oh, well, the threes, I will say, the 3 is not pressure plates. The 3 is just, this is just to tell you that there's fire. The
Right,
1 and
but
2,
there's
1 and 2,
numbers here, and
1 and 2 are pressure plates. The 3s are the holes in the
and
wall.
these are the fires.
Yeah,
I
the
know.
3s are the fires. 1 and 2 is a pressure plate.
But my mathematical mind right now, this has got to be some kind of a puzzle.
There's
and
4 of
there's
us.
4 of us.
There's 4 of them.
Yeah.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah. And
Let's
they
go.
gotta open these
Okay.
doors somehow.
Cody.
Let's go. Yes.
Cody.
I
it's
love
too
late night
much.
D&D.
Can
I
I get-
fucking love late night D. Why do we not play more late night D&D? I'm missing out on this.
Cody, if I get a 10-foot running start, can I just dive through it?
Yes. But it will be you will have to
Thank
make
you.
an acrobatics
Can I
check.
use-
But
I'm jumping.
Oh shit.
what's the acrobatics?
Plus 4.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Plus 4?
It's 11.
11?
No, he said he's going to do it. He said he's gonna do it.
Make a Constitution saving throw. As you think, you're like, I'm going, and you're like ready to jump over. You don't quite make it as high as you wanted to go.
Plus 5, 19.
Oh, thank fuck for
19.
that.
Well,
Jesus
that's good.
Christ.
That's good. Instead, you'll only take half damage. Let's see. That would. You'll take 4 points of fire damage as you do make it to the other side, but you didn't quite make the clearance of the jump. You watch as fire
I
goes,
barely felt a thing.
and like fire goes through, and you're like, ooh, hot metal of your armor, but you're like, and you're able to make it across.
I just wanted to roll at least once this session. That was my first roll.
I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I get it up. Yeah, there was a lot of I know there's a lot more preamble than I was expecting to happen this session. This is not where I thought the session was going today. I'm gonna be honest.
I barely felt a thing. Why don't y'all try it?
Okay, so getting a 10-foot running start, no diving, no fancy tricks, just running into Agamemnon.
Okay.
He'll catch me.
Make an acrobatics check.
Can I make that athletics? Acrobatics still.
It's still acrobatics. I'm sorry, buddy.
That's a flat 13.
Oh, close. make a Constitution saving throw. The DC is 15 to jump across.
Of course it is.
Oof.
You said con save?
Yes. You have a high con though. You have a high con.
14.
14 is the
Well,
save. You take half. That is
surprisingly.
exactly the save. You take half damage. You take
which is
2 points of
Only
fire damage.
47. No.
Only you take 2 points of fire damage.
Meanwhile, Percy's not witnessing any of this, and he's like, "Well, I do have."
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Percy doesn't know that your comrades just fucking yeeted it over the fire.
Instead of hair, how about this amazing, fantastical magical
love
item
it.
that makes your lips taste exactly the same as your favorite flavor? How about that?
I'm sorry. What?
It's called Fantastical Lip Balm. It's amazing.
it's
I mean, as a god, you must be doing a lot of talking, a lot of deals, so I think it'd be quite good for you.
I mean,
if,
I
you know,
do
just-
have chapped lips, so.
Exactly. So I think this would be, if he did have help
Meanwhile-
with that, for example, then
Gemini? Yeah.
it could be all yours.
Oh my
Meanwhile,
god.
Yvonne's burst into flames and crashed into Agamemnon. They're both on fire now.
Yeah. Patting out flames on the heavy armor. The metal
Don't
armor
get-
you
don't-
guys have. Like, oh god.
I'm
Don't
telling
get
you,
me-
it's a real bargain on this lip balm.
Don't get me wrong, Hypnos. I'm sure my intelligent friends are working on a solution as we speak.
I would count on it.
Oh.
I would check on him.
Yeah. They've been down there an awfully long time.
You know, it's been awfully quiet up
Yeah,
here.
it's
I feel like we
awfully
would've heard
quiet
someone
up
by
here.
now.
Okay, fine. I'll just check.
Guys,
Guys, yeah.
Okay. What the?
You see Yvonne and Agamemnon just on the other side.
Agamemnon, why have you changed your name to Slightly Charred?
Right? Agamemnon. Yeah. Are you? You're over there.
Did you just jump over?
Yeah.
I did indeed.
They only seem like they're wincing slightly.
Well, I don't. Okay. Well.
Oh, and Agamemnon, don't forget to mark it on your your token, by the way.
Okay,
Oh
well,
yeah, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good.
I mean, Gemini, what are you doing?
Agamemnon, you're over there. As you and Yvonne are over there, you do see, like I said, you see the wall and you see the two doors that are kind of like in. Like, it almost looks like the wall itself, but you do realize that there are two doors on the opposite side. just so you know what you're seeing over there. Knock, knock. Knock, knock.
This is too
Are
good.
you going next now, Gemini?
Who's jumping? Who's jumping?
Not me.
It's
Just like you can
fine.
do it.
Yeah, hang on, let me see. This is... Yep, Gemini's still in lighting. Just checking.
Okay, well then for Penny and for
If you
Pam.
ask, I can turn it off. Don't mind.
How are you feeling after that jump, Yvonne?
You know, I feel a little toasty.
Wasn't that bad.
It's fine.
Like in a mild tan.
Percy
you know?
is now. Percy is
adrenaline.
listening to them going. Percy's now listening to going. It wasn't that bad. It's okay. I'm like, yeah, okay,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I'll give it a go.
Yeah, give me an acrobatics check.
We'll catch you.
You want me to throw you?
This is our party.
throw you.
I mean, if can you? Okay, but
I
just
can
This
remember,
will make for a
just
very
remember,
interesting
just
podcast.
please
Right.
don't. Just, I'm sorry if I've been a bit curt with you. But, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Percy's like, wait a minute.
But
Uh-oh.
Can you try and please throw me over?
Yeah, over, not in. Over, not in.
Yeah.
There's no other solution. You have to toss me.
Just
I will
not the
definitely
beard,
throw
please.
you over, Percy. Don't worry.
All right, Gemini, if you throw Percy, you have advantage.
Okay.
Acrobatics check with
Ugh.
advantage.
Oh, I did.
Yvonne, you think we should check these doors?
Yeah, we should probably check these doors.
Before we're all trapped behind the wall of fire?
I mean.
15.
15 is exact. Phew.
Oh.
Gemini tosses you over. No problem. No
Yes.
fire. You're over.
Yeah. See? Just a little trust.
Just a little trust, guys.
Just a
Just
little
need a little
trust.
trust.
So
I'm so proud of y'all. Y'all made it part one of part one of the
This
dungeon.
is the very first trial. We have succeeded.
That's a waist-high
Barely.
flamethrower.
Your
Gemini,
waist
what's that you
high
rolled?
stopgap
What's that,
flamethrower.
acrobatics?
Gemini, what's that?
Gemini?
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 You got
like a
My
plus
foot
10.
is twisted.
Ah! Yep! You're right. You're right.
My foot is twisted.
Your foot is
Y'all know
twisted.
that.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
You know, Gemini used to be an athlete till she took an arrow through the knee.
Mm.
You know, back in her
No.
prime.
Oh yeah, back in their prime, I'm sure she was an absolute marvel at all
Con
things.
save. Con save. Con
Is that
save.
for you or Gemini?
Both. It's both.
No.
Oh, bro. Oh.
7.
You take 11 points of fire damage.
Fuck.
Do you know the irony is, Yvonne, that Gemini doesn't have any hair left
fine,
now?
I'm fine.
Gemini doesn't have any
fine.
There's
hair.
no hair left. God damn it.
She's only lost 90% of it. It's a miracle.
Good job, guys. Good job. So proud.
What's
so
left is a little
proud.
monk haircut. It's a monk haircut, isn't it? it's just...
So proud, but now what are you doing? Good job, guys.
See,
I'm
that's
so
what I was
Sorry,
saying
guys.
before we all
Sorry,
got over
guys.
here.
Yeah,
I'll
I
go
was
back.
like, now what are we gonna do?
I want to check these doors. No,
Okay.
Okay.
Do you
Okay.
check the doors?
Rude.
Egg and Nom, what are you doing?
Yeah, I was over here knocking on him before Yvonne even got over here.
Do you go to open the door? Egg and Nom.
I'm
What are you doing?
trying to
We
see
can
if
have
it's even
discussions about
comfortable.
this.
Right, wait, what did you say? What did you say, Egg and Nom?
I'm trying to see if they're even functional.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
Oh God.
Oh God! You're like,
Can
why
I
did I choose to
investigate
do
this
this?
with my battle axe? Is that something I can do?
Right? God damn it!
Ooh.
Yeah.
19.
19!
that.
Oh, it's flat 19! Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yo.
I suck at investigation.
You will notice, you look at the doors, and they're functional. They seem functional with a 19. I will say, however, though, with a 19, this right here, you're like, wait a second. You're looking at
I'm
that.
watching your pains, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was on the
No,
wrong layer.
Don't
I was on the wrong layer.
don't say it, Cody. I
What?
know where you're going with this. Don't.
This wall right here, you're like, wait a minute. You're squinting, you're looking, and you're like, it's very faint, but you're like, wait, I think I can see through this wall. Wait a minute. This wall doesn't seem like it's real.
Ah.
Just see Agamemnon disappear into the abyss. No! Agamemnon, no! Do you go through?
I will say also, too,
Yeah.
hang on. I'm reading my notes. Reading my
Ooh.
notes.
Ooh.
So you say I can see through this wall, kind of.
Kind of. It's dark, but you do see that it's like, it's very dark, but you're like, wait a minute, this wall just seems like it's not, it seems fake. You're like, why does this wall look like almost drawn on? Like, now that you see it, you can't, it's like a 3D picture. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, so you're just like, wait. You're like, this doesn't seem, you're like, this looks like magic. The doors, I will
Wow,
say...
This wall is not a natural formation.
Yeah, exactly. The doors, you're able to see them, and they look functional. But they are just, like, in the wall itself. They're just kind of set in, but it looks functional. It looks like you can push them open.
My next thing is, if this wall isn't real, or it looks like it's not real, is it actually a physical object, or is it something that can be stepped through?
Do you touch the wall?
Not if it's got anything to do with magic. I'm gonna let one of you other guys.
Yeah, is
step
anybody
in
gonna check for magic?
I ain't
check it.
touching that.
Yeah, and somebody gonna check for magic? And somebody want to do an
magic.
Somebody want to do an Arcana check?
I can do that.
Yeah.
Please, by all means.
By all means.
I will do a sorcery. And
You're like, I will be re-rolling that. No, thank you.
yeah, I'll re-roll the 4.
All right. Hey.
Unnatural 20.
Yes. You do get a sense that you get a sense you're like, ah, Nope, the wall is definitely fake and magical. It does seem to be like some kind of illusionary magic. That just seems to make it look like it's a wall, but you're like, oh, you'd be able to pass through it. The doors, however, look a little sus. You're like, as you realize just there's a magical essence not on the door handle, but like the little wedge of the door, but like the whole door. The whole door gives off magic. Both doors give off a magic.
Uh-oh.
This place creeps me out.
It creeps me out too.
Both doors are magical.
Yeah, you're like, wall, we can step through that. Doors,
Yeah.
seem a little sus.
Oh, so these were doorways that lead to different areas.
You would assume that, yes.
But this bit here is something we can step through.
Correct.
Well, guys, we can go through the invisible fate wall and come out the other side. As for the other doors, their arcane workings, I believe, remain a mystery to me.
Arcane working.
Yes.
You would think, Percy, you would think door bad. Wall, weird, but okay.
Okay. I'm thinking that the doors are red herring, you see. And I think the wall is where we're supposed to go. Agamemnon, good spot on the wall, I have to say.
Yeah, I think it looked pretty cool. I'm just gonna go ahead and dive through it right now. Bye.
I don't know.
Bye.
You step over.
Oh, God.
Oh, God! I don't know.
Uh-huh.
You step over.
Oh, no.
And I'm gone forever.
No. You step over. These right here, I probably should have colored these a little bit differently, but right here, where you're standing, or wait, can I ping? There we go. These two squares, like, just side by side right here, where you're standing, cobblestone. They're cobblestone still, like the rest of the floor.
Okay.
You step through, and it's weird, because when you step through, like, you look behind you, and you're like, I know my party is there, but it's still just, it's a little weird. You're like, I'm still seeing the 3D painting, but it's just very dark and shadowy behind you, but you're like, I can kind of see the outline of Percy. Ahead of you, you also see darkness, a wall of darkness here. All of these black spots is pure darkness.
Ooh.
And then here, all these other spots, these ones here, let me color this to make this look a little bit so you can kind of understand it a little bit better. These other spots are glowing. Like they're lit up.
Glowing.
Oh, that's not it. Hang on, where's I need a rectangle here. There we
go.
go.
While you're doing this, all you hear is Percy go, "Psst, Agamemnon, are you okay?"
Right. And you realize, Agamemnon,
great.
you can hear Percy. The
Yeah,
wall doesn't
we're, like,
trap. The
standing
wall
next to
does
each
not.
other.
The wall does not trap sound.
Yeah, Percy, it's
There you go.
perfectly fine. Go ahead and step through.
I will not
Take a look at this.
But
I'll
Agamemnon,
step
I will say
through.
with your passive perception, like I said, you see these they kind of light and kind of glow. It's almost like there's like a solid block of light and a solid block of light, almost like they're platforms. And you said that there is pure, you can't see through here. It's pure darkness, but you see just through the darkness, you see platforms of pure light. Except for where you're standing.
So,
Where you're standing right here is still cobblestone and normal. However, with your passive perception, you look down and there is writing all along the bottom of the cobblestone where you stand. There seems to be, it's actually in Draconic. As a heads up, you can read it.
okay.
It is in Draconic, and it says, "My light will consume all," is what you read in Draconic.
Do you relay that? Do you relay that to us?
Do you tell us?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is that we step on the black squares.
That's what I'm going at.
That's what I'm
the way I'm
thinking.
reading it, so.
Before we do anything though, Agamemnon, I will take Let's have a look. I'll take another bolt from my crossbow.
Okay.
And just like, because it looks like there's the abyss here,
Yeah.
right?
Correct.
Can I just like drop the bolt onto it
Sure.
and see what happens?
Yeah. You take your crossbow bolt. Oh, you just drop. Oh, you reach out and drop it. You don't shoot
I
it.
just
You reach out and drop
drop it. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure enough. Reach out. Drop it.
Yes.
And it drops and it rolls a little bit on the ground.
Uh-huh.
Or you assume you hear it, but you see nothing. You heard the but you don't see it. Like as soon as you reached your hand through, your hand got eaten by the darkness, and you dropped the arrow, and you heard the but see nothing.
I do the same here with another one.
Sure. Do you switch places with Agamemnon? Do you guys do a little shuffle?
Yes. Yeah.
Little shuffle dance?
Excuse me. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
And then I do the same into the light.
Yep. You do, and you reach out your hand and you drop an arrow down, and you watch the arrow fall. And as soon as the arrow falls, suddenly this extreme coming out throughout the entirety of this square electricity jumps up. I do need you to make a dex saving throw.
Oh, wonderful.
But you are back. You are back away from the platform, but you are catching just a hair of this.
Ooh, 18.
Nice. Very nice. Instead, you just get just a hair of this. And instead, you take half of this.
Uh-huh.
So you take 7 points of lightning damage. And that was the baby version, because it was just your, you very quickly got your hand. It was just a bolt. But you take 7 points of lightning damage. As this pure lightning suddenly strikes through and then dissipates. And you hear the before it's gone. And you see that the arrow, the crossbow bolt that you had there, is no longer there.
Agamemnon, you can take this, right?
Yeah, you're resistant to lightning damage, Agamemnon. You got this.
And what you saw before was a nice, well-presented person. You see his hair is all over the place.
Just sticking up everywhere like mad scientist.
Yep.
Like, yeah.
He is charred.
He has like the black smoke in his face.
Yeah.
He's got a black eye from the force damage.
Right.
And I'm like, step on the black squares. He's like twitching a little bit. Black squares, not the white ones.
Black square's good. White square's bad.
Yeah.
How much damage did you take?
I took
7.
7.
Yeah.
I took 7.
And that's the small version.
And that's the small version, and he succeeded.
I took 3 force damage. I took 2 fire damage. I've taken 7 electricity damage.
Alright. Can I move?
You can. I mean, sure. I mean, always. I mean, you're not restrained. You step forward, Agamemnon. You watch as Agamemnon disappears.
Yeah.
Agamemnon. You see before you. You still see everything. You're like, it's weird, because as soon as you pass through, you can see, it's almost like everything's a little bit dim. Like, it's in like this, you're in like this weird like smoke column thing. But as soon as you're in it, you can see. Everything's a little bit dimmer. But you're like, oh, okay. And you feel fine.
Yvonne, we need your light.
Kind of like Twilight. I got you.
Can Agamemnon still hear us?
Yeah. Agamemnon can hear you.
Agamemnon, what's it like in there?
It's very dark, but completely fine.
Dark but safe.
It's
Completely safe.
completely fine.
It's completely
As
fine.
long as you stay in the dark.
Stay in the dark. Stay in the dark.
That's not my specialty.
In that
Yeah,
case,
Yvonne's
we'll
like,
follow... It's true, yeah.
Don't like that.
I will follow Agamemnon, who is now doing a 2-step shuffle dance.
Yeah, easy peasy. Agamemnon, you do come to the wall of shadow. Do you try to pass through it?
I'm gonna wait till I have some backup here with me.
Fair. Gemini, do you also follow and
Gemini.
pass through?
Yes.
Gemini
No.
must be not just invisible, but totally invisible.
Oh yeah, you guys don't
imperceptible,
see
just-
Gemini anymore. The second she passes through the darkness, she's gone.
Yeah.
Probably like a small moment of, oh god, Gemini's just got evaporated. Oh wait, no, she's always like that. She's always like that.
So this wall here,
Mm-hmm.
can I see anything through it?
Nope.
Like I kind of could on this one?
Nope. You can give me,
So
you can
I
give me
haven't-
another investigation check.
Let's
You can
do
inspect
that.
it. You can inspect it.
Can I help him with? Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Agamemnon has a calling.
You're
hasn't
really,
he?
you're really good at 3D paintings. You're like those 3D, weird,
Yeah.
illusion paintings. You're like, oh, and like you like tilt your head to one way, and you're like, oh, I see it, and you see past it. Not only do you see past it, but with a natural 20, you see a light blue glow up ahead, maybe about maybe 50 feet, maybe 40, 50 feet away from you. You see a light glow coming up. You see like the corridor, like you're able to see like loosely, like there's a corridor up ahead and there's a light that seems to be in the next room.
We're halfway there, y'all.
I'm so proud. Do you
I'm
step
stepping
through?
Living
Yeah.
on Yvonne's prayer.
I'm not scared.
I'm not scared. And I will show you. Bum, 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 bum. Part of the light
Well, I am
that is
glad
shining.
you make one of us.
Oh my god.
And it is glowing
Agamemnon, please
and
don't go
bright.
too far. Please.
Bright and glowing.
Electricity?
You listen. Doesn't necessarily sound like electricity. You don't hear the the high voltage. It does glow
Danger,
a little bit.
danger.
It's the color of electricity for sure. That weird kind of blue electricity that you've seen in this dungeon a couple of times, but not. This one doesn't seem like it.
Huh.
Do you go down the corridor?
You mean get a little closer? Get a little
Yeah.
closer?
Yeah.
I'll get a little bit closer. I don't want to get too close, though.
Okay.
Not until I know what this is.
Well, like I said, from there, that's what you see. You can maybe see, like, a little bit here from that angle.
Interesting. Maybe a little bit more.
Sure.
Alrighty then.
I will say, you kind of see there is, in this room, is a solid, it's very, like I said, solid stone floor down the bottom, and again, another stone floor up top. The ceiling here, still being about 15 feet up, but you do see on the flat, this is now smooth, flat cobblestone, smooth, flat stone, not cobblestone, but flat stone. And you see glowing, there seems to be some kind of mural that is painted in the flooring here that is glowing. That's kind of giving like a small hum. Not of electricity. Or at least you're like, magic of some kind. You're like, you don't, whether you trust it or not, everything in this dungeon appears to be dangerous, but you do see this mural. Do you go to investigate it? Do you step into the room?
Wait for the other two first to catch up.
I'll reveal the room. I'll reveal the room here. Congrats, folks. You guys saw the whole... You know what? I'll just reveal the whole thing, because you guys found, most of everything. There you go.
Hey.
There you go.
Cool.
Yeah.
Alright.
So you're saying is
I want my magic people up front here. Tell me what this thing is.
What is this? What is this?
Do you want me to do an Arcana check, Agamemnon?
I think it might be a good idea.
DM, may I?
You may. I would say it's not necessary. You're looking,
Okay.
and this does seem to be...
Okay.
It's definitely glowing with some kind of, like, light magic
I
spell.
didn't mean to roll that, sorry.
That's why. It's a good thing we didn't have your roll. The
Exactly.
right roll doesn't matter. We're gonna nix that one. That one don't matter. But you go, you realize after just like a little bit of loose inspection, you're like, this seems to just kind of just be a beautiful floor painting. He doesn't seem to be dangerous.
It doesn't seem
I've
to be
never seen it
dangerous,
glowing
Shadowlands.
before.
And you do see that there are stairs that go, 20, I guess 15 feet across, or I guess 20, why does it say 15? That's 20 feet. Anyway, 20 feet across that goes down. Why does that say? That's tripping me out. I guess it's because it's off-centered. Maybe it's because it's off-centered. My thing might be off-centered. Oh,
yeah,
no.
guys, it looks like there's a
Either way,
mural on the
it goes
floor,
down.
and then there's some stairs that are roughly 17.5 feet wide.
Mm-hmm.
On the other side.
There you go. Yeah. But we're like, wait,
Yeah.
drawing lines. What is this? Real tiny. But do you step into the room?
I mean, it doesn't look dangerous. Can I just do a general investigation for traps, just to see if there's anything that's popping up?
Sure.
'Cause
Go for it.
Percy does not like the fact that we've been burnt, force damaged, nearly fried, and now the last room is just a congratulationary sort of like mural to a hotel.
Love it. Welcome to the dungeon.
Oh well.
Ah,
This
You
was
see-
floor one.
It's
No
perfectly
traps.
safe, guys.
So
It's
safe.
perfectly safe.
So safe.
Trust me,
Absolutely safe.
I got us this far, okay? No traps.
So safe.
Off we go, Agamemnon.
Yeah, is everybody stepping all into the room? Yeah.
Well, Percy's gonna wait for. to see what the hell
Agamemnon, you
happens.
step over the mural and you watch this kind of blue glow kind of give a little bit of a glow to your blue dragon hide and to your armor as you step over it and step onto it. And it's, like I said, you hear that hum and it looks beautiful. But, and it almost feels like, I would say, give me a wisdom check. Just a check, not a saving throw, just a check.
passive wisdom?
Nope, just a roll. Roll and then add your wisdom
Roll
modifier.
wisdom.
Yeah. Yeah, not a saving
No.
throw, just a check.
Great. That's an 11.
Okay, with an 11. You know Percy said it's not dangerous, and you trust Percy. And for that reason, you're looking down at this, and there's just
And I'm
something
electrocuted.
almost not
Yeah.
quite as similar as the daisies, Agamemnon, but you
Oh god.
something just you kind of want to touch it. You kind of it's almost like you want to reach down and like just you want to something just you feel like you want to touch it. You're not compelled to, but you just feel like you want to
But
touch
you want to.
it. You feel like you want to touch it.
I'm touching it.
Uh,
Do you
I
lay
like
down
to
and
think
touch?
he loudly declares.
I'm gonna clip that out of context.
I'm touching. Yeah, he said we're gonna take that specific audio clip and just put that everywhere for Agamemnon. I want to touch it. I gotta touch it. You guys watch as Agamemnon, you kneel down and you extend your dragonborn hand down onto the cold floor of this dungeon. And you watch as the light flicks up and glows and dissipates and glows and dissipates and seems to like almost go over your hand and makes it glow this beautiful color. And then suddenly you're looking at your hand and then your hand is no longer, you see this flash of like your dragonborn hand, this blue hide with your dragon-like claws, and then it flashes and it's humanoid.
what?
And then he flashes and you see dragonborn hand, and then he flashes and you see human hands, and then you feel sweat all over your body. You're
Human sweat
running.
or dragonborn sweat?
You're running. You feel, wait, I'm running. And then you're like, you see your hand back down. No, I'm here. I'm here on the first floor. I'm touching the ground. But then suddenly you feel, no, I'm not. I'm running. And then you feel something close to your chest, that humming, that softness, that energy. You feel it on your chest, that you're clutching it. You're clutching it tight, and you're you're running, and then you suddenly, and you're hiding, and you're cowering, and it's quiet for but a moment, and you hear there's something slinking. You can't see it. You feel it. You know there is something there. There's something that wants to take this from you. Something wants to take this from you. You have to hide. You have to hide. And you look down for a moment. Like I said, you see suddenly the vision of your dragon hand, but then you're looking down and you see your human hands, your human arms holding a book, some kind of book close to your chest. This book that has this tome that has this very deep blue cover on it, and it has that, you feel that soft hum of the same comfort that you feel touching the stone, and you see the book, and then suddenly and then it's gone, and you see your dragon hand touching the ground, and you're back on the first floor and yourself. And while being yourself, you look around and you see this room that you are in, but you feel that pull. You feel that soft hum. And Agamemnon, I want you to mark on your character sheet that as of right now, you are under the influence of locate object. And you feel and you feel that book is somewhere down on the third floor, and you feel it, and you feel its location, and you want to get to it.
So as you can see, Fred, it's perfectly safe.
And we'll end our session there.
You would.
Mm-hmm. We went for a long one today, folks. Whoops.
Yeah.
5 hours.
4.5 hours.
Yeah, sorry. Not planned.
Don't worry,
planned.
the clock hit 3 a.m. I was like, okay, I'm here for the long haul.
You're like, I'm in it. I'm here, guys.